Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the host with the most, the College Genesis. Welcome to the show. Welcome, folks. We are going to rock and roll tonight. We're gonna have so much good. We're gonna have a good time. It's like this old song. We're gonna have a good time. Oh yes, we are. We're gonna come get right down. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a good time. Anyway, folks. Now, as you know, when I tell you that tempers are gonna flare, passions will be raised, and everything. Because when you got topics like the comfortable Negro, when not you're like, well, who are you talking about? What is a comfortable Negro? Is there something wrong being a comfortable Negro? Well, you know it's going down tonight. You know sparks are gonna fly. You know feelings are gonna be hurt. You know things are gonna get out of hand. You know Negroes are gonna get down and shut their true feelings. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell somebody that the Collar Genesis is on. Actually, may I say, the Collar Rumble is on. So this is a Rumble night show. We're gonna rumble tonight, as I talk. What's up, Dark Migo? What's going, Dark Migo, front and center? Dark Migo, front and center. Who else is here? Dark Migo, Dark Migo reporting for duty. So we're gonna have a good time tonight, folks. Like I said, all I can do is give you the best I can and the best talent. This is like the best show on the internet. I know it. Everybody knows it. I think Dynasty's doing a show right now. Dynasty's my good brother and everything, but we're not competing. We're just maybe we can do a simulcast one day. But I really do think that we have a lot more to say than his show. Well, we wish Dynasty a lot of luck. That's my good brother right there. I spoke to him yesterday. Everything was all good in the hood. But let's, folks, we have a lot to talk about tonight. I'm overseas still, folks. We're just enjoying this thing. I haven't gotten any work done since I've been here, but I got 3 more weeks, 3.5 more weeks here, and so I'm gonna get some stuff done before I leave. Rest assured, I'm gonna get a lot of work done before I leave. I'm gonna make it everybody worth everybody's while. I know people want to see more footage and stuff like that. I could do most because I try to keep my private life private and what I want to put out to the public. That's the thing. It's kind of difficult because I'm sharing more of myself than I normally want to do as far as like my private life. I'm not one of those people that's comfortable with showing my personal life and my people in my life online. And I want to keep that separate. I got to have something for me. I give people the college genesis and everything that comes with it, my ideology, my philosophy, and everything like that. But my personal life, I try to keep that separate. Which people like, I hope people can understand that. That being said, I will try to do my best I can by giving you material to if you're curious about this country that I'm in love with. I love this country. I try to convey why I love this country so much, the history, and I really do believe Liberia has a future. And I do believe that we could be part of it, like our ancestors who found the country intended as a place of refuge. You need that place of refuge. That's what goes to tonight's show, right? The comfortable Negro. The most dangerous Negro to me is the comfortable Negro. You know what the comfortable Negro is? See, the comfortable Negro ain't just comfortable, right? He doesn't want any sort of disruption in his comfort. Somebody talking about going overseas or going over to Africa and going to Africa, it discomforts them because they're not secure in what they believe in. You ever notice that the FBA people, these are the comfortable Negroes. They're comfortable with the scraps and the crumbs from the white man's table. It used to be about fight the power, black empowerment, and stuff like that. Now it's like, let's compete with immigrants as bottom feeders. Whatever the white man throws, crumbs the white man leaves off his table, scraps, we're happy to get those scraps. We're down there with the Ooga Boogers and the fucking Mexicans fighting over scraps off the white man's table. So you're so comfortable now, you don't want to fight for your own table. You're so comfortable now. You don't want a nation of your own. You don't want something else. You don't want your own Black African infrastructure. You don't even want your own fucking identity. So a comfortable Negro wants to erase his identity. He's online. How many times I got to come online every day and people telling me they're not African, that they didn't come from Africa, slave trade never happened. Why? Because they are comfortable. They don't want to be bothered by some inconvenience called their history or the truth. Don't let the truth get in the way of your comfort. When you tell somebody like 1776 that friggin' the Declaration of Independence that was written for white men, and you haven't had your manifest destiny yet, you're living a lie. You have to find your own truth. No, I don't want to hear that because he's comfortable. 1776 is a comfortable Negro. These are the worst type of Negroes, are the comfortable Negro. Why do you think they stalk me all the time on this show? Why do you think they come here? Because these are comfortable Negroes. And what I say makes them uncomfortable. When I start talking about nationhood and nation building and all the stuff like this I'm talking about in African, I make people uncomfortable. And that's my job. I'm not here to make anybody happy and comfortable. If you're looking for comfort and happiness, then you got to go and look elsewhere because I'm not going to give it to you. I believe in FTA. FTA means foot to ass. That means I put my foot up your ass, to get you to do the right thing. Foot to ass politics. Ain't nobody gonna be comfortable around me. You ain't comfortable around me. You better get out there and get a job. Like what you call. I say that to my Black American brothers. I say it to my African brothers. I'm a culture critic. I just tell it like it is. Somebody asked me, "Whoa, Kyler, man, what do you think about the African situation?" I said, "Look, I think in my observation, I could be wrong. I think we got way too many so-called African businessmen. Everybody in Africa is a businessman. What we need to do is put down that goddamn briefcase, right, in your laptop, whatever it is, and pick up a freaking tool belt and a hard hat and a hammer and get to work. What y'all Negroes in Africa need is a damn workforce. You need some skills, laborers. Forget about your degrees. I got my degrees. You got a degree, but you can't. But you gotta have a Chinaman to come here to build a fucking road. You can't. There's like 20 of you. You can't get together and put together a road project. You gotta have the Chinese come over and do it. Something the world's been building railways for 200 years. They got the Africans. Oh, the Chinese built our railways. Dude, man, stop it. Please stop. Let these people come over here and tell us how superior they are. We Africans believe in education. We're taught to stay. We got to talk about stay away from the Black Americans and whatnot. Well, the Black Americans, something would have rubbed off on you. We are the freaking only Black industrialized people in the industrialized middle class, in the world. We paid our dues. What I mean by pay our dues? The Pullman's Porters Association, the many trade unions we built, Detroit, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Gary, Philadelphia, Newark, all these industrial cities were made by Black labor. These are the hands that built America. The railways you see, you know how the railways got built in the South? It's simple. Plantation owners will lease out or rent out Black labor to build railway projects. The late telegraph lines, all the stuff like that was built by Black hands. So we paid our dues. We paid our debt to society. We paid our dues to society. We earned our way into this society. You don't just come off the plane saying, "Oh, how are you going to replace us?" It don't work like that. That's what a lot of you people understand it. Well, we thought we could replace Black America. We thought we could do what they do. No, took us 400 something years to get where we are. You just come off the plane and whatnot, and you have no track record of building nothing and be on our level. It just don't work like that. That being said, what I want to do is stop this so-called FBA movement, right? Because all you do is tell the truth. What I learned about now is this. The internet is nothing but a friggin' cesspool of lies and deception and whatnot. People get into the little groups, and they actually these people actually think because they're a group of them saying a bunch of stuff that's nonsense, they get comfortable in their lies. This one guy was like, "Oh yeah, Ted Cruz is doing this thing about Jesse Dred Scott. He was Afro. He wasn't an African American. What the fuck was he? He was a foundation. Did Dred Scott call himself a foundational Black American? No. Dred Scott was an African male. In the Constitution and the Supreme Court and all the everything said the African race. They identify us as the African race. Has no rights that a white man is bound to respect. That theoretically makes Dred Scott an African American. He's an American of African descent, of African descent. That's all. But, oh, we're not African no more. Oh, no, prove to me that the slave ships. I had a fool up there talk about, yo, there's no way we could have been picking this cotton. Nigga, I look at this picture, the video. I said, dude, not only the cotton feels real, you look like a perfect fit. This Negro look like he belongs on a cotton field. It's about there's no way where we were picking this cotton. Nigga, that's where you belong. And keep talking, man. Somebody might come along and put you back on that field and whatnot, make you work. Excuse me, folks. Make you work. Talk about you ain't picked no cotton. Your ancestors didn't pick no cotton. I go, shut up, We were picking cotton all the way up until like the 1960s. We had people sharecropping in the Deep South way up into the 1960s. And even some of the parts of the South now, sharecropping, but people still pick cotton in the South, in parts of the South. So let's stop the nonsense and everything like that. I know people want to be comfortable. America is a very comfortable place. But when you start learning your history, it gives you discomfort. And I'm here to remind you of your history, to give you discomfort, just like a female, right? Now, on one hand, a girl, she's 21, she's skinny, she's hot and everything. She's doing good, right? But she knows she ain't gonna keep that body together. By the time she's 35, she starts looking gam-gamish, granny, starts, And so therefore, she needs somebody around to tell her she's still hot. She does not want to know the truth. That's what most women want. They don't want you to know the truth. They don't want to know that they gain weight and they look like somebody's granny. They want to still think they're 21 and hot. So therefore, they want comfort. They want comfortable lives. They want people to tell them what they want to hear. But I can't do that. I'm the culture critic. I have to tell people the way it is. If it means hurting your feelings, it means hurting your feelings, I tell you right now, if I said, look, sis, you look like a husky hyena, you look like SpongeBob SquarePants. I gotta tell you the truth. I'm just like that type person. I think it's my duty to tell people the truth about themselves. So we're gonna rock and roll tonight, folks. We're gonna like that. We're talking about the comfortable Negro, And what's the comfortable Negro is this? Why do you spend so much time, right? Like I said, what I don't say about the FBA. Let's say I don't want to have nothing to do with Africa, blah, 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 blah. But these motherfuckers, the ice show speed showed me exactly what I'm talking about. They were so butthurt. Oh man, millions of black people so I didn't know Africa looked like that, blah, blah, blah. Millions of people watching that stream and when our views of Africa changed bothered them because they were on a high, man. They thought, we can finally have our America. In America, we just divorce ourselves from Africa. We're foundational Black Americans. When here comes ice show speed, suddenly everybody's into Africa all over again. The comfort zone that the FBA created, the anti-African comfort zone, because what it really is they want to be closer to white people. Just give them a hand. Give it to them. They want to be close to white people. They want white approval. All the fucking FBA is chocolate covered MAGA. They want to be like MAGA. They want to be all this stuff like this. And I'm saying, if you want to be that, fine. But here, I'm over in Liberia, West Africa. So I come every year and whatnot. I love being in an African country. You know, yeah, and people are probably mad about that. How dare you? You got this guy, Heritage guy. He's sitting there actually saying, I'm tired of Black Americans going to Africa trying to be. What do you care? If Africans don't have a problem me coming over there and us coming over there, why do you care? Like you care about what Africans think. No, because us going to Africa, us talking about Africa, us talking about repatriation, it bothers you because you want to be comfortable in your lies. You want to be comfortable in believing that you're American like everybody else, and that's it. You ever ask these people, how come the Chinese don't care about a Chinese person going back to China? Mexicans say nothing when a Mexican connects with Mexico, go back to Mexico, where I'm going to Mexico for a while. Europeans, when I was growing up, I had Italian friends that used to go to Sicily for the summer. I had German friends who used to go to Germany for the summer. I had Scotland. I had people that were Irish. They'll say, "Oh, we're going to Dublin. We're going to connect with their roots, whatever, like that in Dublin." Man, but a black man in America says, "I do not quite know what country I'm from, but let me pick an African country and develop." No, you can't do that. Suddenly, there's this big thing right now by these Negroes whatnot. You cannot go to Africa. We're not African. We're foundational Black Americans. That's the comfortable Negro. The white man made you comfortable in this country. He made you comfortable under white supremacy. He made you comfortable under white patriarchy. He made you comfortable in white captivity. You're a captive. You're that Stockholm syndrome. When you basically start taking on the views and the attitudes of your captors and your enslavers, and you start talking their arguments and everything, you have Stockholm syndrome. That's brainwashing. And that's what the FBA and all these other people are. They brainwash people. You know, they brainwash people. So they basically are people that want to sit there and pretend like that slavery never happened. They were already here in America. White people are cool. There's no racism. Or when they do see it, they just ignore it. They ignore the racism. Oh yeah, we just saw a few black bodies hang. Like the last few months, how many black men have been found hung in the United States? No, because no one says nothing because that's ruining your comfortability. You're comfortable. So let's not talk about the black bodies hanging and stuff like that. Let's not talk about discrimination. Let's not talk about this stuff like that because it makes us uncomfortable. The most dangerous Negro is the comfortable Negro because the comfortable Negro will compromise. He'll compromise his values and all that for. Yeah, so it's the comfortable Negro is the most dangerous Negro. Why? Because a comfortable Negro is not. See, he can't just go and live off in his suburb with his white woman and be happy. He got to make sure that he shows up on these platforms. Right? He got to show up on these platforms and make it seem like all of us have to do and accept what he does. You know, he has to get validation from all the rest of us because he can't feel happy. Thank you. He can't feel happy because he knows what he's doing is not right. You know what I'm saying? He knows what he's doing is not right. So basically, that's what I see. I should have been a psychologist. Really, when you see people like Bibber Rodriguez here and Four Righteous Black Folks and these people know I'm telling the truth. You know, that black skin is amazing clown. They know I'm telling the truth. They know I'm right. They know 100% I'm right. They know they're very wrong. That's why they come here. Because I do something like me personally, I don't go on FBA's panels. Don't listen to them. Don't scroll back because they're irrelevant to me. You know, they don't stop anything I do. They don't make me uncomfortable at all because I look at them like a bunch of fools. But these people are really bothered by this black nationalist Pan Africanist movement. You know, now would you go so now you got Tariq running around talking about, yeah, we're not gonna let up on Africans and whatnot, you know. And Umar said, yeah, let's say these Africans are disrespecting you, you know. Yeah, and when they get out of pocket sometimes, but not, and I put them back in the check, right? But when you think about all the shit white people have done to black people, white America's done, you're willing to friggin' equate that. You don't have no energy, no smoke for that. You're ready to raise the flag of the white man. I've seen this one interview that's going around with friggin' Joe Budden, and he's asking, look, Mark Lamont Hill, aren't you rooting for us to win? At first, I was like, man, this nigga can't be talking about the Iran war. And sure enough, he was. He said, if Donald Trump wins, we win. He said, we? Who's we? How do we get to the point where the white man with a war with another white man, Iranian, whatever the hell they are, is our problem? How the hell that happened? How was a win? If Iran goes down, how do we gain from that as black people, as Americans? I don't see myself as an American. That's the comfortable Negro. Because it's something. If I wanted to, I could. I have a good career. I live in Middle America, nice house, suburbs. Got an office in the suburbs. Everything. I have everything that America says I should have. Right, but there's something deep down inside me that prevents me. My soul cannot rest if I was to go along with this nonsense. When I get up there and say, despite everything, let me tell you something. That's how when I said I'm conflicted. I'm not comfortable. I'm conflicted because sometimes I am comfortable, but when I'm comfortable, I'm conflicted. There's one thing to be comfortable, right? But comfortable without a consciousness. You understand? That's what we have called black consciousness, right? You know, when you're conscious or woke, as they said, right? You realize that, okay, are you living in a matrix? There's a world that you live in to survive. You ignore certain things and navigate to get along. That's what type of world we have to do every day. We got to put on smiles and blah like that to live in the white man's world. Everybody understands that. You know, that's the game. But at a certain point in time, we always said that the black people have a dual personality. There's a face we put on the matrix, a face we put on in front of white people to get along this world. You see that brother when he's trying to get that check? White man knows that. That's all the white man knows. He doesn't care about the other side because he knows that you know better not to show him that other side or you ain't going to get that check. You understand how it works? As long as he got that check, you see his brother with that, he doing a coon shuffle dance because he know that check is going to come in on Friday. You don't see Negroes when you work at a job, right? I'll say when they start passing them checks, you're like, I got a little overtime in there, and I'm gonna buy me a new pair of shoes. But that's what the white man does, And then Mr. Charlie comes around and says, you know something, Rufus. I was watching a football game the other day. What was that dance such and such did after he won the Super Bowl? Yeah, I want to see that dance right now. I know you people know how to dance. Can you do that jig he was doing right there? Do I have to? I would like it. So he's saying, I bet that's other words for saying is your black ass better start dancing and dancing real quick. So he goes over there and do the jig dance and whatnot, while the boss hands him out his check. One night, puts the check in his back pocket. One night, take it home to his wife, whatever. But the main thing is, you have to do the jig dance. Why? Because you don't like. Let me tell you something. You know how you can tell if you work on a job, folks. I don't. I work for myself, so I don't have to go through this, right? That's how I'm able to travel and everything. I work for myself. When you go to a job, right? Go to a job, right? Rule number one: when you go to a job when they're white people, right? You better know all the latest rap albums, rap lyrics, what concerts have went to. You better have gone to some concerts. You better have a sports team, a football team preferably, or a basketball team. You better keep up with the scores and everything like that because the day they find out that you're not spending your leisure time watching sports or rapping or talking about things, you are on your way out the door. That's just the way it is. Every last single black person you see on a job or not, they got a team. My team's gonna take it. It's my team. I'm like, I can never understand that, especially football. I think we're gonna win and whatnot. And then I say, when you come there, you better, have a team on your car, your decals on your car. You better have a Cowboys, a Steelers, or something. You better have a jersey on your day off, when not your off day. You better come walking in with that cowboy jacket on and whatnot. Yeah, what you go, if you go freestyle in the office, right? You better come in that day with your sports team or your sports hat or cap, or some team a cap, fitted cap. Because if you come in there with some sun, moon, red, black, and green shit, you are done. You are done. You are done. I'm just telling you like it is. One Negro to another. This is Negro to Negro communication. I'm trying to show you how to survive in the white man's world. You better have look, man. I had to do the jig myself, man. When times were tough, man, I had to get out there, and and coon and shucking, even you know, I never forget when I was my most militant, when I was in my 20s, right? I remember one time, man, this shit was so, I knew all my bills were piled up when I wanted to tell this white man, fuck you, fuck America, fuck the devil, blah, 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 fuck you, fuck devil. But man, I had to do my jig dance to friggin' to get that check. Yeah, American heritage is a comfortable Negro. No, you're a comfortable Negro. And the comfortable Negro is this. Look, American, in all respect, American heritage American, we don't want you over here in Africa. We don't want you here. We're saying there's like lots of black people in America who might coming to the continent. Its numbers are growing, and it's slowing down. Despite all the FBA's talk and whatnot, the number of black people still going to places like Ghana, now Liberia, South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya. The numbers are growing, particularly among young black men. So the bottom line, y'all can sit there and talk all you want. There's millions of black people who are fed up with America, and I said, and I'm trying to drum this up. I'm trying to bring this to the surface when I tell them, oh yeah, you're right. We got to get out there and explore. I don't give a damn if you live in Siberia. We got to get up and get out. We got to get up and get out. You know, we can't sit there and have a little comfort in America. But we don't know when the next race war is going to break out. That's a comfortable Negro like Heritage America, right? You know, he's already designed to that when the next Trayvon Martin happens, he's not going to do it. Doesn't even bother him because he knows this is how the comfortable Negroes. That's how sick they are. It used to be a time like we're ready to down the fight or not. Fuck the police, you know, fuck the cops, fuck the police. Let's get out there and march and whatnot. Now black people are like, you know something, man, I'm just gonna sit my ass down and they ain't do nothing. The white man, I tried to rise up one night. The white man, he done knocked me upside the head. Blah blah blah. I'm just gonna sit there and drink some coffee and sit in the corner and mind my business. That's your Heritage America character, you know. He's sitting in the corner minding business and whatnot, and waiting on the crumbs that the white man is giving from the table, you know. He probably got a nice job at 7-Eleven somewhere, you know, and in some suburb and whatnot. And they rub his head once in a while, tell him what a good Negro you are. Come on, Heritage America, you're a good Negro. Let me rub your head for good luck. I can't be a handkerchief head, you know. Heritage America is a handkerchief head, you know. That's what we call buck dancing. That's what we call being a coon, you know. Ain't no black man comfortable in the fucking America. Are you fucking crazy? Unless you're some freaking running coon, you cannot be. We're always at war. We didn't start this fucking war. They did. And you look at white people get more and more bold with their shit, you know. You know, but Heritage America don't say nothing. He can get called nigga, spit in his face and everything like that. And he'll be like, hey, look, you know. Rico Miller, what's going on, Rico? What's up, Rico? You know, all you comfortable Negroes, man, I got you all rock. I'm glad y'all came tonight, man. Because I want to talk to my comfortable Negroes, the Heritage American, Rico Millers, and Baby Rodriguez, all my comfortable Negroes, you know. Even my good brother Nat Measy, he's a comfortable Negro. All these comfortable Negroes, man. You know, I want to reach out to my comfortable Negroes tonight and just have a conversation, you know. You know, so we have a lot of comfortable Negroes tonight. Steven's a comfortable Negro. You know, Mr. I can't offend nobody. I love everybody. That's a comfortable Negro. So all my comfortable Negroes stand up. Whoa, woo, woo. You know, all my comfortable Negroes here tonight, you know. But yeah, so, you know, like I said, you can't be comfortable, man. You know, no black man, no sane black man is going to be comfortable being surrounded by white people with courts, guns, and Douglas and Steve's a weenie. Nah, leave Steve alone, man. He's just a virgin. You know, he's just a little 25-year-old virgin. It's all good. And look, I'm over here right now, and I feel like I'm in heaven. I'm using my Black American privilege here like it's not funny. To here, I'm like a fucking god, you know? Here, everybody hangs on to every word I say, everything like that. You know, I'm like the center of attention when I walk in a room. I like that. There's no white people around, nothing, you know? All I'm around is beautiful. I mean, my God, this country has some beautiful sisters. I don't know why with Liberian women, they all got that good hair. They got pretty hair. They love doing their hair up and stuff like that. I mean, they're all the hairstyles. I'm just like slim bodies, hairstyles. I mean, pretty faces. I mean, this is fucking heaven. For a black man, this is heaven, you know? So I don't even like, Liberia has good infrastructure, good enough. Good enough. We don't have tribalism over here, you know? So yes, but yeah, parts of Mississippi, rural Mississippi, underdeveloped. You know, dirt roads. Parts of West Virginia. You know, Monrovia is pretty. I'm in Monrovia; it's very developed. You know, people always got to pull out that development card and whatnot. You know, and I know if more of us start coming here, the countries will have more money and they can start developing faster. That's the whole thing about the white man. And I know 99.9% of the comfort is the white man's infrastructure. That's why we said we want to have a what? A black African infrastructure, you know? We wanted a black African infrastructure, you know? We wanted a black, infrastructure, you know? Let's see. Summarize your talking points. Let's see. All right. We want our own infrastructure. And the black race needs to build advanced infrastructure. So, therefore, we can give the same sort of comfort as the Negroes like Heritage America has in America. That's the only reason why he's in America. It's comfortable. He's comfortable. And America does provide comfort. Why do you think, look, let me say something very frank to you. Why do you think America only attracts people from third world countries? You ever notice that? America only attracts people from third world countries. You never see anybody from first world countries coming to America. People from third world countries come to America because the infrastructure is there. Black American privilege, being black and no, look, I don't know what you're talking about, Heritage America. It seems like everybody looks down on Black America. Africans don't really respect you. White people definitely don't respect you. Hispanics all the time. What planet do you fucking live on? Nobody respects black people in America, right? Because you're landless. You were stateless and you're landless. You're a minority group. At least other people are smart enough to come to America and they still got a homeland that they can fall back on. You ain't got nothing to fall back on. And that's a cop. But using butt naked as a straw man is a cop out, Rico. That's a cop out. That's a fucking cop out. Y'all Negroes, man. Y'all Negroes is something else. No, you're irrelevant heritage in America. You are really irrelevant. You know, I'm looking at all these fucking white people, the shit they be saying lately. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers are getting more and more bold. White people are going around saying that they didn't start slavery and that black people benefited from slavery. Like, god damn. It's just like unreal. People are rewriting history and erasing the sins of their ancestors. They don't give a shit no more. And then saying, yeah, it was our fault that we got our ass kicked. We enslaved people because we're strong. Also, like that. Hey, look, they're bragging about it. They're bragging about them kicking your ancestors' ass, Heritage American. But well, I can't expect nothing from Heritage American because he's a coward. He won't stand up for his ancestors. You cannot stand up for your ancestors if you're on your on your knees bootlicking. You can't stand and bootlick on your knees at the same time. So I expect Heritage American to understand, we stand for something. I'm not getting on my knees and bootlicking nobody. They can take that flag, the seal, everything, and stick it up their fucking ass. If it means me getting on my knees, so well, we're gonna have a good time tonight, folks. We are going to rock. This is the somebody so far, and that's what people think. What do you think about the comfortable Negro? Am I off base? Am I wrong? Am I mean spirited? You know, do I basically offend you? Do I call you a comfortable Negro offend you? Rico Mills in North Carolina, he's very comfortable. He's a comfortable Negro. Heritage American, which I think is 1776, is a comfortable Negro. Don't y'all do nothing, because the white man's gonna come get us. But y'all stop doing it. You know who's another comfortable Negro? That Anton Daniels. That's a comfortable Negro. Him and that Dennis Sperling clown. These are comfortable Negroes. They try to sell you this black American bullshit, this black American upstanding bullshit. The fuck out of here. We're black Americans, blah, blah. What the fuck does that mean? Nobody gives a flying fuck about you as a black. White people don't care about you. Nobody does. That's the thing, Rico. You sacrifice comfort, but Rico, if you was in prison for life, you wouldn't have to worry about the power going out either. So as I said, Rico, you're in prison. The white man has you imprisoned in his world. He provides you 3 square meals a day and keeps the light on. So what did I tell you? It doesn't matter. Did I tell you most of our brothers are in prison? Rico Miller just proved what I'm saying. You know, give him 3 square meals a day. Make sure to run. He can take a shower, and the lights are coming on in his cell. And he's happy. You gotta do nothing for him. He don't have no ambitions or whatever like that. All he has to do is be provided for. Give him some food and keep the lights on. Because for God's sake, Negroes cannot stand the light bill. That's one thing, man, that we have not mastered, man, in Black America, right? Now, what you go? I'm not cussing nobody. How to keep the light bill on. That light bill, and people are saying something. You can pray that light bill away all you want. I'm gonna pray the Lord Jesus Christ that light bill, but that light bill is gonna always be there on the fifth, whatnot. That mailman's coming, and you open that mailbox up, that light bill is gonna be there. You know. Oh no, it's my fan. Got a fan. We got a fan. My room, we got the AC. I'm out in the living room, so I got a fan on me. But that light bill ain't going nowhere. So Rico, you got to understand, man. If you ain't paying your bills, no matter where you at, you could be in Liberia, be in America, you got to pay that light bill. I got to pay that light bill. I mean, Negro. People ask me, Colin, man, we build an Afghanistan. Will I get a light bill? Yes. Matter of fact, man, whatever you're getting charged in America, I add 10% on that. Just out of spite, just for saying some stupid shit like that. Of course, you're gonna have a light bill. You're gonna have a light bill whether you stay in America. You have a light bill whether we build in Afghanistan. That light bill is gonna be there. You're gonna pay bills. You're gonna pay taxes. And you're gonna pay bills. But what you get with us is liberty and freedom. You don't have to worry about white supremacy. You don't give a fuck what white people think. Everything you see in the media or not. All the signs when you don't see no white people anywhere here. I love it. Look, Harris, it's a suitable. Look, obviously you're a freaking fool. First of all, I consider myself an African. And I've actually Black Americans fit right in here. We fit right in. All you do, I notice here in Africa, if I don't open my mouth and I don't say nothing, I get along just fine. I don't go out there. If I do talk, whatever like that, I don't say very much. I'll get into whatever. I don't pronounce. When I first started coming here, I used to always let everybody know I'm from America, I'm Black American, but now I don't say shit to no one. You know, I just walk around like I'm just a normal person here, and people know. People get an idea that I'm from the states. You know, but I don't say nothing. I don't freaking act like I'm from. I just blend in with the crowd, go along with it, get along, man. Hello, everybody here speaks. You know, I know. Well, yeah. Well, how do white people let it go and fight? Rico Miller will fight me, thinking I'm trying to drag him to the continent. Him as Heritage America. White people don't have to worry about people like them. They ain't going nowhere. You know. But the number of black people moving to the continent is concerning to the State Department because we're having a big impact on the culture dynamic of Africa. You know, and they're seeing that. A lot of stuff you see in Ghana right now is because of the influence of Black Americans there. Ghana's becoming more and more militant. They don't want this Black nationalist ideology spreading throughout Africa. You know, and we're the birth givers of this Black nationalist ideology. That's why they set people like Tariq, dumbest thing in the world. Just the other day, the some Belgian people, black people in Belgium, Africans, got a big settlement from in the Congo. These are Congolese people. They sued the Belgian government for atrocities that happened a while ago, wherever like that, and they got a big payout. But it was a Congolese government that basically negotiated with Belgium. Black America is never going to get reparations because you basically um, said that you don't want a government of your own. Now, I could see somebody saying, I like America and everything, but don't you have a backup plan? See the way they treat you. I see the video the other day where this cop, she took this tall black boy, like she was like some ego thing, some little short, fat white police officer lady, right? Took a tall black boy right now. He was changing his tire car and just slammed him up against the car with his head first and whatnot. And then put a taser in the back of taser, like he was screaming in pain. And they in the comment section of the TikTok was like, oh man, we give that lady a raise and whatnot. That's what they think of you. That doesn't bother people like Rico Miller and Heritage America. When they read about stuff like Rosewood and Black Wall Street, they don't want vengeance. Rico Miller and Heritage Americans are not only do they don't want revenge for slavery, Rosewood, Wilmington, all these atrocities. What they want to do is get to the white man, all's forgiven, massa. You know, as a heritage American, you know, as a heritage American, I'm gonna bootlick you and I'm gonna love you. I'm so loving. Rico Miller is gonna be on his knees, hugging the white man's like, Rico, get away from me, get off me, boy. You know, no, I'm not scared of white people. I'm not scared. I deal with them every day. I'm not scared. That's why I act the way I do. I'm not scared of them. You know, I just know that it was not meant for us to be in the same culture and civilization together. I know that, what you see in Black America is a crime scene. You stole the people or not, Every group of people on this earth have a right to self-determination. Can we agree on that? Since the dawning of mankind, every war and conflict has been about self-determination. Only the American Negro has never been about self-determination. You know, say about self-determination. Only the American Negro. The American Negro, his whole thing is, how can I get the people who enslaved me to love me? Every other group of people, you study history like I have, everything was about war. How do we get free? I don't think I'm a second class citizen in Liberia. I could buy land if I want to. I can do anything I want. Look, I can do anything I want in this fucking Liberia. I don't want to hold office. To hold office, I gotta be a citizen. I don't want to be a citizen. You know, fuck, I want to hold a government job for. You know, I don't need to land a government job. You know, you can talk all you want, but there ain't nothing you can convince me that in America, I got privilege in America. I own a business. I run one of the largest agencies in the state of Virginia. You know, I have a house. I have like that. But that does not compare to the feeling I get when I get off that plane and I'm in Liberia, knowing this land is sacred. This land was blood was spilt on this soil, so I could come to Liberia. You know, I don't need no damn citizenship. You know, I barely need a damn visa. You know, when I drive around Liberia, when I feel that my ancestors built this place. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're still here. You know, they're still here. It doesn't matter what the locals did when the people that are still here. The people are still winning here. Man, I was in this bar last night, man. It was a hookah lounge, cigar lounge, and a bar. Oh my God, man, it was lit. Oh, Afrobeats music, man. I'll tell you something. Yeah, I'm surprised. Afrobeats is really. This is the first time I've been to since I've been here where Afrobeats is like the dominant music being played everywhere. You know, more and more Afrobeats are being played because I think in all fairness, most of the hip hop you see comes from the '90s and the 2000s. You know, that's all hip hop you see. You don't see any modern hip hop being played here, like the 21 Savage and all this kind of stupid shit. You know, I said latest, the latest you will see is Lil Jon, East Side Boys, or Lil Wayne. Other than that, you don't see any of these drill rappers being played on the radio in clubs and everything like that. It's mostly Afrobeats. Afrobeats is taking over Africa. You know, I mean, nobody may not listen to it in America. I get that. But over here, Afrobeats is dominating. It's dominating the continent. So it is what it is. Yeah, it happens, Rico. It happened. But I would say, like now, is look at where I'm inheriting right now. I think I'm inheriting something greater than what the so-called True Whig Party and I mean they were great. American Liberians are great, but I think us coming here now. We have a growing Black American community here, along with some Liberians that lived in America for a long time, and so I don't know. I think it's way better now. And plus you got a lot of Nigerians, Ghanaians, Cape Verdeans. You got a lot of people here from all over the world. It's like a cosmopolitan culture. You got Ethiopians here. You got everything. Everybody here. Fun place to be. Fun place to be if you're a black male. If you're a heterosexual black male, this is place seven. Now, if you're a little on the fruity side, I can't help you. You know, what do you mean I can't protect myself, dude? I walk these streets like it's nothing, bro. You kidding me? I go into the fucking worst neighborhoods. Walk down the street. It'd be 1 o'clock in the morning. I can walk there right now. Walk down the street, whatever like that at Dewport Junction. Ain't nobody, not a damn thing gonna happen to me. You know. I tell you, Nico Miller, all you scary ass niggas, man. This is my fifth time coming to Liberia. My fifth in 5 years. And I've never had any incident, nothing like that whatsoever. I've been all over. I've been in the dive joints. I've been everywhere. I've been in the back alleys. I've been everywhere. I've been all over this country. Never had an incident whatsoever. Like I said, these are friendly. Look, let me tell you something. What happened tonight? Tonight there was like a big fight, not fight, but boy Liberians fight. They argue, they fight, they argue with their mouth, right? Anyway, we have a gas shortage right now because of this thing that's going on in Iran. So there's a gas shortage in the country, right? So I had to go get a jug of gas, a few gallons of gas for our generators. So how it works is you got the Liberia Electric Corporation and you got a generator, right? When the Liberia Electric Corporation goes off through load shedding for the day, you turn on the generator, so you never miss power. But you always got to have make sure you have gas. So I went to go get gas. Man, there must have been like 50 cars trying to get in this gas station, right? And what gets me is these dudes were arguing like who was coming first. I just snuck in, paid the guy, filled my thing when we were out. These guys were like, yo, blah, 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 blah. But you know something? As all these guys are look like they were about to fist fight and everything like that, who was up first, blah, blah, in each other, they curse each other. I sat there relaxed because you know why? Because that same level of argument in America, guns would have came out. Somebody would have, I'd be like, oh shit, let's get out of here. But shit started flying. You start seeing people arguing in America like that. I've seen it all the time. I worked in a nightclub. Guns come out. Bop, 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 bop. Next thing you know, like this. There ain't no guns in this country. People argue all day, and next thing you know, you see them hugging, whatever like that. Yeah, it's so peaceful here. I've never seen anything go beyond words, as far as like people argue, like the drivers in traffic. They say, "Yo, fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck your mother," and that's it. A day later, they're like waving at each other. That's my driver. you know, but in America, say that in America and see what happens. Right now they're already saying this summer is going to be a lot of people getting killed because of disrespect. Yo, look, I'm looking at on news 15-year-old kids getting arrested for a 14-year-old kid arrested for raping a 94-year-old woman. That's America. You know? So, yeah, I might just stay here, Baby Rodriguez. Well, there's things that happen, yeah, and terrorist related, but I'm talking about if we could deal with that issue, right? But tell me why, yeah, and that's a once in a lifetime thing. A terrorist happened, but I'd rather have terrorism than fucking being able to go to a gas station and two people eye fighting each other, and next thing you know, guns. Well, I've seen that happen. Motherfucker ain't saying a word to each other. When what the fuck you looking at? What the fuck you looking at? Next thing you know, niggas are shooting at each other with the gat, putting the gats in their faces and whatnot. Who the fuck you talking about, nigga? Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Pull that trigger, nigga. You don't see that shit over here. No, baby Rodriguez, I'm trying to discourage people like you from coming over here because we don't want certain types of black people. I don't want certain types of black people over here. Really, I don't. I come over here to get away from the fucking bonnet heads and whatnot. I like seeing fucking women in skirts, one piece skirts. Oh my god, tall, long legs, hair pretty, makeup. Oh my god, man, this place. I'm telling you right now, if you love women, if you love black women, beautiful black women, this is a place you go there to. All you husky hyenas, y'all can stay right there in America. You know, I'm not trying to be mean like that, but I just like the way the Liberian women do it. So yeah, so I don't really think we need any more of you females over here, especially females. Please stay in America. Stay over there. Stay there, right there in America. She sounds like a husky Ainu. Well, women over here don't wear bonnets over here. They wear their beautiful hair out. They got their hair done. And only thing they'll probably wear is a scarf once in a while. But they look so freaking beautiful. They keep their hair, they keep themselves up. Yeah, the women over here keep themselves in shape. You know, keep themselves up. But we're talking about the comfortable Negro. Are you a comfortable Negro? No, these women over here got long hair. For some reason, these women over here got long hair. The women they be out there doing their hair. I don't know why these girls have long hair. You know, they got long hair like that be like a fucking a mile long and shit. You know, women have hair that got good hair. You know, maybe because they don't put a lot of chemicals in their hair and it grows. You know, Black American women used to look beautiful back in the '90s and 2000s. Nowadays, oh, them eyelashes, them nasty looking eyelashes, looking fat and ugh. You know, I don't know. Women in America don't look good, man. Over here, you see pretty girls. You know, I was being honest with you, y'all just like I said, man. I'm enjoying this shit, man. Yesterday, I was saying this one chick was walking down my block in my compound, and not only because I waved to everybody, right, and she was fucking a dime piece, hot. Some light skinned girl. She was fucking smoking, freaking hot. She comes up to me. I'm like, oh, look, I got a wife. You know, I can't. So, oh, I thought you wanted to talk to me. I said, no, no, no. I was just saying hello. That would never happen in America. A girl look like that, come approaching me like that. You know, like, oh, I thought you were trying to talk to me. You know, oh my God. I'm like, oh, what I would do to be single. But it is what it is, folks. You know? Yeah, but hold on. But you don't show up for a job interview in a bonnet, and you don't show up for like when I was a couple months ago. I'm in Virginia Beach, right? I'm in a rural farm, and there's two chicks. They come in, you know. Yeah, I am behaving. I'm trying my best, you know. I am trying my best. These two chicks come in the friggin' rural farm or some chicken, whatever like that, rural farm chicken, which is really good. I don't know if you got a rural farm in your state, whatever. Anyway, the friggin' not only they had a bonnet on, they had the friggin' those slippers, you know, those stupid furry slippers on, in their friggin' pajamas, in their bathrobe, in fucking public. I just gave up. I said back then, I said, I got 2 more months till I get the hell out of this country. 2 more months till I go back to sanity in Liberia. Funny, I gotta go outside of America to see sanity. Really. I mean, I don't know what's going on with America. America just is done. It's just done. It's just nothing but trash culture over there. Everything. Men marrying men. You know, all over Africa. And the president of Liberia said, oh, look, we're going to criminalize same-sex marriage and also people promoting homosexuality. Criminal. All over Senegal just did it. Uganda did it. I think Ghana's followed suit. We're not playing that over here. We're not playing that. We know what a fucking in this on the African continent, at least they know what a fucking man is and what a woman is, what gender means, you know. In America, you got people out there, you gotta have an argument about fucking a man paying women's sports. The freaking society is insane. You know, please don't tell me about America no more. Yeah, Royal Farm chicken is good. I love it. You know. I just wish they had better sides, man. If they had at least some baked beans on that shit, man, you know, the macaroni and cheese. Everybody can't do macaroni and cheese, bro. You know, people don't do no human sacrifice in Liberia. Shut up, you know. They don't eat. See, like I said, well, people are ignorant like Rico, they humans like. Well, what was Jeffrey Dahmer, bro? That dude in Wisconsin, he ate people. You know, so it's about no freaking moral high ground when America has cannibalism. You know. No, I'm not saying a president, but what this is directed at is people promoting it. Now, I'm for the What you two people do in the privacy of their home is their business, none of my business, right? But that's not enough for these people, African guys. They want to disrupt the moral fabric of a society. You know, they want to put stuff in books showing Sally has two dads or Billy has two moms. They want to indoctrinate the children into stuff as normal. Yeah, their sides suck, you know. I mean, if rural farms ever got, maybe if they had some coleslaw, you know. I said, well, you know what? Every time I go to rural farms, I go to rural farms, get my chicken, and I'll go to Wendy's to get chili, or I'll go get some ramen noodles to go with it and stuff like that. I can never be in one place, you know. Not everybody can make macaroni and cheese hustle, you know. White people can't do macaroni and cheese. You know, I got my macaroni and cheese baked. You know, look, the bottom line is this: that does not happen here in Liberia. You know, there's places like the Gambia, yes, and there's people cracking down on that right now as we speak. You know, but Liberia is one of those type of countries where that never took root because this is like a patriarchy. We actually got men here. So you don't see white men coming here, you know, doing that stuff like that with children. You know, what Liberians protect their children. One thing you know about Liberians, they love their children, bro. You know, they protect their children. And I'm just looking at it right now, and the children are so respectful of adults, you know. It's yes, sir, and no, sir. When they see adults, they know how to treat adults. It's like when I was a kid. When I was in North Carolina, I was a kid. When an adult says something to you, it's yes, sir, no, ma'am, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. The values they have, you know, they still. It's like Liberia reminds me of. It reminds me of my youth when I used to go down to North Carolina when I was a kid. Every Sunday, everybody's going to church here. You know, everybody's in a Sunday best going to church and stuff like that. It's a very religious culture. You know, everybody goes to church here. You know, and like I said, it's just like before Black America turned into sin. That's what problem with Black America is. We turn to sin and debauchery and depravity and what's it called? Depravity and degeneracy. Black America has turned to degeneracy. And like I said, I love coming in here because I like seeing Black people normal. You know, I like being around Black people who are civilized. In Africa, Black people seem like they're civilized. Black America is just not. You know, I'm just hate to tell you that. Now, in my inner circles and Black people I know are fine. But I'm just saying that we have a certain segment of Black America that's destroying it for all the rest of us. They're making us all look bad, and they're destroying every community. Like I said, I come here to get away from the niggas. You know, can't have nothing. Right even in my office, right after 30, 35 years, right? Hager's skating rink is shutting down. That's right back of my office, right? The skating rink. You know, it's been there like this. The whole Black America, yeah, Black America's turned to sin. We're like the purveyors of sin in the world. You know, uh, shut down. Why? Because even though it's in the suburb right there and whatnot, my office where I'm at is not too far from, unfortunately, Norfolk. Right? It's not too far. It's like on the border of Norfolk and Virginia Beach. Right? That area, Haygood, is border of Norfolk and Virginia Beach. And that skating rink has been like, oh, let's go to Hager. So to many people in Norfolk, that skating rink is in range better than, let's say, even other parts of Norfolk because it's right there on the border, right? So we always get the hood coming there. And now it's like, with all the fights and everything like that, you cannot have a fucking afternoon with your kids and everything like that, have a party or not. And next thing you know, fucking these teenagers come in, and the next thing you know, somebody's getting shot. And it's the same thing going on with Chuck E. Cheese. You try to have a Chuck E. Cheese. I would like to take my grandniece the Chuck E. Cheese. But I don't know what's going to break out. Every time I look around, there's something breaking the fuck out. In I say a lot of stuff that's offensive. I'm sorry. I'm telling it like it is. And people are offended, they can go to hell. You know, I'm just telling you like it is. Chuck E. Cheese, whatnot. Chuck E. Cheese and whatnot. Man, when Pookie and Ray Ray and Luquisha and Starnisha show up at the same time or whatnot, oh, you know what's going down. You know what's going down. Next thing you know, the parents out there fighting and whatnot, the kids are screaming, oh, oh, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's like, geez, you mean tell me something as simple as taking kids to Chuck E. Cheese turns into a life and death situation? Now, some people think that's supposed to be normal. They think, oh, what are you making? Yeah, I do think it's not normal. Why? Because when I was a kid, I used to be able to do stuff like that. Go to nice places. My grandparents take me to places. I went to places as a kid, whatever like that, had a good time. I had a childhood. Now I'm like, Black America is just so far done. Anytime you look around, a school shoot, like a girl got killed a few months ago at homecoming. I was back in September at homecoming. Black girl killed in South Carolina University, whatever. Head blown off at a homecoming rally. That's Black America for you. You know. Well, I'm not hood adjacent. I'm saying that the hood, there's no friggin' barrier around the so-called suburbs in the hood. My office is in the suburbs, right? But there's no gated area or not. People can freely come. So that's the whole thing. These people come from the hood. Not all people in the hood are bad, but it's always seemed like the very worst element can't stay in the hood. Like the people say, oh, I'm from the hood. Stay the fuck there. Be happy. Nope, they gotta come all the way out to the suburbs and whatnot. They gotta come up and fucking harass us. It's like, damn, don't you have a fucking 7-Eleven where you live at? Don't you have a Pizza Hut where you live at? Why you gotta fucking come out here? You know? And say, Kyle, you practice segregation on people. Yes. I'm tired of Negroes. Well, I come here, 2 months out of the year, I get to be around Black people that look like me, that are civilized, you know, and I don't have to worry about Bunquisha, Ray Ray, and somebody else showing up with the gat and whatnot. It's just a peace of mind over here. That being said, let me put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in, call in. Tell me what's on your mind. You ain't gonna clean house. You ain't gonna clean. Y'all been saying that for I don't know how long, man. Black America's getting worse because you don't have no power. See, in order for you to clean house, baby Rodriguez, you have to have two things you have to have. You have to have reward and you have to have punishment. You have nothing to reward people with, right? And you have no means to punish people with. Every civilization, every society is based on that rule. You have reward and punishment. If you do everything right, go to get your education, study hard, organize, you can open business up, have your family together. That's reward. If you don't do that, guess what? We got prison, we got all these things for you, we got fines, everything like that. You make a choice. Most people go the other way. They go down the straight and narrow path. That's every civilization. But what you're doing is, when you understand something, the white man is not going to give reward and punishment to your people, that you benefit from. He only gives reward and benefit to people who do his big Black America, because it's not your civilization to clean up. Oh, please, please, Rico. Somebody gonna put me on a poll. Okay, whatever. Rico's a scary ass. And I say enough about Liberia. I say the stuff I said over the years. I've said a lot of stuff. Wait till Elvis come up here. I'll tell you all the bad stuff I said about Liberia. I don't care. I tell Liberians the same thing about their issues, about their shit. Hopefully, my guy Sam Cooper will call in tonight. That's my Liberian partner. You know, we'll tell you something about what we think about some aspects of Liberian culture. But are you a comfortable Negro? Master been good. Master been good to me. What better? What more could we do with Master? Master been good to us. You know, gave me a food, gave me a new blanket. Whatnot. Man, he used to beat me 7 days a week. Now he only beat me six. He gave me a day off from getting beat. Master been good to me. My name is Rico Miller, and my master been good to me. I ain't listen to no college Genesis. I ain't going nowhere. But you can't save everybody. I realize that. I realize you can't save everybody. Kala, aka John Smith. I don't know who John Smith is. The comfortable Negro. I'm giving pain and discomfort to the comfortable Negro tonight. Comfortable Negro. I got your name. I got your ass. You know. So as we continue, folks, what gets me is I got people like St. James who said to me, "Oh yeah, man, we're gonna help Guinea take territory from Liberia." Nigga, shut up. You know. That's why I don't believe in that Pan African bullshit no more. You know. I realize that everybody's out for themselves. The only people that believe in Pan Africanism are the people who have no land. People who have land always feel like they got something, so they ain't trying to give nothing up. You know. Well, I don't know about that, bro. I'm seeing brothers driving Hummers, SUVs every day. I'm seeing people driving fucking uh, uh, all kinds of sports cars, but not. I seen people driving what's the car? What's the car? Teslas here. And we got. I don't know what you're talking about. Poor, you know. I don't know what you're talking poor, you know. I'm going out to these nightclubs and whatnot, man. People got money. People popping bottles, and people got more money than I do, you know. So I don't know what Rico's talking about. But nice try, Rico. Me and Chinese ain't going to Africa. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. Now, at least not in West Africa. I don't know what's going on in Southern Africa, maybe, but not West Africa. West Africa is just too black. The Chinese can't handle this climate over here. Well, whatever. Well, the continent is like 12 million square miles. There's like almost like a billion people there. So 1 million Chinese ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, tell Rico that. There's people always got people. There's a lot of people who are millionaires here, Africans that got millions of dollars here. Got mansions and whatnot. Got nice big houses, mansions. Got two or three cars and shit like that. No, I'm just saying the country is freaking. Well, look, Rico, I can go to your area in North Carolina and I see the majority of people where you live are freaking impoverished. I work down in North Carolina. And I go areas like that, people got nothing. The rural parts of some parts of Virginia, North Carolina, black people there got nothing. I see people in here in Africa got way more than they do. Because people here, at least you go to the areas, they own their own land. They build houses on them. Take them a while to build them, but they got to build houses on their land. So if they only paying just property taxes and not paying no mortgage and like that, and they got a car paid for because they shipped the car from the United States or whatnot, they're doing way better than black people in America. They got fucking mortgages and all shit like that, just high property taxes and everything like that. You got to deal with the police every day and shit. Charlotte is a shithole. You know, Charlotte is a shithole. You know, Charlotte has so much poverty. It's a rich city with, as far as banks, but the Charlotte is impoverished. Trust me, I know. Black Charlotte is poverty. That's nothing like Atlanta. Charlotte is impoverished. You got some black people that do well, but Charlotte is impoverished. I was just shocked at what I was saying as far as Charlotte is concerned. Yeah, I would recommend anybody rent. You come here if you're gonna live here. If you're gonna live here, rent and some figure out how to get a car and get your international driver's license with AAA. We can drive. If you could have your own car here, you're good. Look, I've been to Charlotte. Charlotte, Durham, all those places like that got nice black suburbs and everything like that. But for for a fact of the matter is, the old parts of Charlotte is a friggin' slum. Charlotte has a high. Let's look at it right now. Let's look at it right now. Look at it right now. Let's look at it right now. You know, Charlotte's crime rate. Charlotte, North Carolina, poverty rate. According to a recent census, 11%. Damn, live below. That's 11% live below the poverty line, and that's about, I would say, like 90% of the black population. You know, median income is about 80, 71. Yeah, there's a middle class there, but those are white people. Despite heavily income, the city is known for significant economic disparities. Yeah, city got a lot of economic disparities. I used to work with people down there. You know, poverty rate has generally shown a decreasing trend in recent years. Let's see. Let's see some more ways about Charlotte's poverty. Which city in North Carolina has the highest poverty rate? Forest has the highest poverty rate. Look, wow, man. North Carolina got a lot of poor cities, man. What's the poorest part of North Carolina? Scotland, Union County. Wow. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the black people. Black residents of Charlotte, North Carolina. As of 2020, as of 2020, I'm gonna look up crime in a second. The crime is off the chain there. 2020, 35% of all of Charlotte residents are black, marking a 300 increase in black population in the last 50 years. So a lot of Negroes moved there. Grew historical black distinction. Historic black neighborhoods such as Brooklyn demolished in 1960s, right? One thing you don't have in Liberia, we don't have people demolishing our communities. And Bideville have faced significant transformation. Rare Heights originated in the 1890s from land brought by former enslaved man Sam Billings. You heard of Sam Billings? You know, uh, Virginia's actually doing well, bro. Residents often face disparities in health, income, culture, and political impact. The impact of gentrification in Charlotte. Many historic black areas such as Wilmore, Bideville, Enderley Park saw a 12% drop in their black population between 2010 and 2020. You know, Even while overall black population grew, this is due because of property values and investments in gentrification. Would you like to more information? Let's see. Wow, poverty rate. Poverty rate. Let's see. Poverty rate. Wow. Black families 14% below the poverty line. That's sad, man. That's really sad. And the median income is only $45,000. That means that there's most people there are working in fast foods, and you might have a couple people there that got a good job in the bank, whatever. Not enough of them. Family poverty rate. The black families poverty rate 14%, 6%, highlights significant gap to the total population is 9%. Income and home ownership. The black population of Charlotte Metro has a median income of $42,000, roughly 75% of total metro average. Wow, that's sad. Home ownership for black residents is 40%. You know, 40%. It's lower overall metro area, which is 65%. It means 65% of the rest of the city owns their own home. Only 44% of black people. Education, roughly 25.7% of black people hold a bachelor's degree or higher, compared to 35% of the white area. That's not that bad. You are gonna have black people with degrees down there. You know, Charlotte don't give economic ability. Uh, there's statewide data area. Poverty rates for black residents are around 19%. So about 20% of the population there is impoverished. Rico. I mean, I really don't think you have room to talk about Liberia, bro. You know, no, it's actually what you call no. Actually, that's the whole metro area. The whole metro area is like 19%. You know, that's in the historically black areas, 14%. But the entire metro area is like 19%. Well, it's not poverty, African level poverty, but ain't nothing to friggin' brag like you doing so well and whatnot. I mean, like I said, man, these comfortable Negroes. Negroes are comfortable in their poverty. White man got you comfortable in poverty, man. So Enrico is KNOW, right? Yeah, yeah. Black people like flossing their money. They always take what it is, Enrico. Is black people take their bill money and their money for their light bill and all that, and they go flossing it out in public or not, and they get to hold it for like about 2 days before they got turned over to the white man. That's all that is. Say, we got money. You got to pay your bills, nigga. You know. Oh yeah, sure you make more than me. Okay. All right. Yeah, sure you do. I don't believe anybody without a passport can make any real money. I mean, how many janitor jobs you gonna do, Rico? But step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up, and you knock right back the fuck down. Step right up, step right up. Let's see where everybody's at. Oh, that hurt, Rico. That really hurt. You know, Jordan Reed, the guys in the show about basically you're trying to rewrite slavery to my Africans were forced into say no. I said this a long time ago, and I know Tariq and I've been listening to my show. If you basically, I was going to crack this right. The slave dungeons, the cannons on the slave dungeons, were never facing towards the interior. In other words, they never thought Africans were a threat to them. So, in other words, that tells you that there was a relationship, a strong relationship between the Africans in the interior and the slave force on the coast. Slave force on the coast, they cannons pointed to the ocean because they battle for each other for control over these forts. Pirates and everything like that tried to raid these ports for slaves and gold, whatever like that. But there was never any cannons pointing towards the interior. Why is that? That shows you that Africans were definitely complicit in the Atlantic slave trade. I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes. People for we get no calls coming in, man. I can't sit here all night. I go to sleep. Get up in the morning, tired. So what else can I talk about?
Okay, family, so I'm here at TikTok. Hey, TikTok, how y'all doing? I'm here at the Sands Club, right? Iran strikes in the UAE have fueled the collapse.
Colin, how your Liberian trip go? It's going great. You know, it's going great here. You know, it's going great. I'm doing the Lord's work. We're really building up Liberia right now. You know, I mean, it's the stuff that's going on right now. Or not, you know, this is definitely my base in Africa. I don't know. Don't know. Africa wears on you after a while. You know, every time I see people talk, when you come to this country, I never see anything actually transpire besides talk. Really, I've never seen anything really, as far as tangible, ever take effect besides feel good movements like Ubuntu and stuff like that. I'm a man of action. If stuff can't lead me to my end goal, when I'm not involved. Now, if people start saying, tell me the things I want to hear, hey, I'll be over there the next year. You know, I'm not hearing that. All I'm hearing is a bunch of kumbaya stuff that's just gonna waste my time. And I'm not wasting my time. The travel is expensive. I was saying anything I want to hear. To tell you the truth. All right, folks. It seems like it's a dead night. Everybody's out doing something on a Saturday night. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the show, folks. Put the link in the chat one more time. Nobody comes up, we're end the show. Because it's late over here. Really, my ancestors were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. See, because your ancestors weren't, that is what defines my ancestors, my coming here, the Ma'afa, the Holocaust, you know, the transatlantic slave trade, and what my ancestors had to endure. That's what produced who I am. I'm not going to erase my fuck. I don't want to be part of no fucking African banner. If you didn't look, let me tell you like this: if you didn't go through what my ancestors went through here in America, we can't be together. What part of that don't you understand? I think like I said, the delineation movement is real. We're just sick and tired. I don't want anything to do else with these so-called Pan-African movements, where that they don't represent our people. You know, so slavery, the debt America owes to us, and what our ancestors went through. That's who we are. You know, I'm not gonna erase my history just to get closer to some fucking African on continent. No, that's what Africans want us to do. They want us to forget slavery because it makes them uncomfortable around white people. Rudy wants us to stop talking about slavery because white people are uncomfortable with it. Because we got to promote Ubuntu. Ubuntu means everybody. Oh, here's my brother, Sam Cooper. I'm glad you came up, Sam.
Yeah, yeah, what's up?
Sam, I am. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, cool, man. What's up with you?
Now you, Sam, my guy, American Liberian, Congo people, brother, doing that. Can you tell everybody your story, who you are, what family you from? I drove by your dad's road, S.C. Cooper Road today.
Uh, really? Okay. I'm a melting pot. I won't say.
Sam, you got to put your face in the camera more. You can't see. You can't see all the way.
Okay, okay. I said I'm a melting pot. Okay. I'm a product of many many ethnic groups. Okay, so I can't claim one as my group, but I stand for the truth. So I normally sound like I'm rolling with the American Liberians, but there's no such thing as an American Liberian or a native Liberian because before Liberia there was no natives. Before the name Liberia, there were ethnic groups. Okay, and we in Liberia today, we are all mixed. So those who come up with this American Liberian and native, they're only trying to divide our country. Okay, and we won't go for it. We are Liberians. Okay, as I was saying, I come from a multiple, a multi background. My father was part, African American, which we traditionally call American Liberian, and his mother was from the Gola tribe. His grandfather was the Gola chief, Chief Jamali. Okay, he was the one that the medical center in Painesville is named after. That center, the diagnosis center, is my grandfather. Okay, but he took on the name of Elijah Johnson because he was mentored by Elijah Johnson. So that is how Jamali changed to Johnson. So as you can see, I'm on both sides, but when people try to use ethnicity as a catalyst to destroy the country, I don't stand for it because it's wrong. If you have a country, you should love your country, you should protect your country, and you should stand for the truth, whether it served your purpose or not. You stand for the truth, and that's what I stand for. Because only through the truth we will have peace and reconciliation.
What did you think about that blog I wrote about the golden age of Liberia?
Okay, the blog that you wrote is, I mean, it's the truth. That was the golden age. Today is definitely not the
You
golden
think
age.
about it, man. When you talk about Liberia, you're only talking about what they accomplished in 35 years, nothing short of a miracle. They took Liberia from a backward province in 1945 with nothing, right, to a modern metropolis, by 1980. How
Yep,
they do that in that short period of time? That's when Liberia had all its glory. Those 35 years, everybody
yep.
now are pointing to that time period to defend Liberia now. Like you got people talking about, well, we did this, we did that. So it's always during the golden age. Ain't nobody talking about the time of Samuel Doe and the People's Redemption Council. They don't say
Hmm.
Liberians realize that now how they destroyed their country. And
Yep.
and how other people view them. How the
Hmm.
world views them. They look at And then people are like, no, we weren't always like this. Look how we were in the 1950s. But that means you have to start giving props to the people who made that prop. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're like,
Yep.
well, geez, you know, like somebody stitched that video, "The Wealth of Liberia," up on TikTok, and people like, somebody was like, "Is this AI?" Like, no, that was made back in. This film was made in 1974, "The Wealth of Liberia." You know, and it was like Liberia looked like that back in the days. Yeah, you know, it was a testament. You know what
Yep.
Liberia's testament was? It was all black. It was never colonized. You know, the
Yeah.
fact that
Yeah.
Liberia proved that black men can govern.
Exactly so. Exactly so. And like you said, Liberia was a case study that proves that the black man could govern after centuries of erasing our culture, after centuries of depriving our people of liberty. Liberia proved that the black man could indeed function as a rational being with
Yeah, and
with
it's
race-free.
all about
Yeah,
race. It's all about race.
Liberia became
Liberia was about the black
the voice
race coming up.
of black people. Okay, okay, can you hear me? The volume
Yeah,
was
and
kind of
Sam, I think you're breaking up. Break it up.
like it was.
Come back out and come back in. Come back out and come back
Okay,
in.
okay. Oh, okay, okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay, good. Okay, let me start over. Okay, so as you said, Liberia was a case study to show that the black man could rule, and that is why Liberia became the beacon of hope, which it was prophesied and destined to be from the beginning. Okay, Liberia led the decolonization movement of Africa. Liberia was instrumental in the decolonization of every African nation. Okay,
yeah.
under
Namibia,
the sun
Namibia,
in Africa.
Liberia basically played a key role in Namibia getting its independence in 1990. You know,
Of course, like Liberia played a key role in South Africa, in Zimbabwe. I mean, when Bob Marley sang that song, Natijwe in Zimbabwe, Africans are liberate Zimbabwe, I are liberate Zimbabwe. It was President Talbot that brokered that whole peace deal.
yeah, the
But the
Lancaster
only thing,
Agreement.
he didn't make it to the celebration. He was the one that
Yeah, he was
carried that whole thing
assassinated.
on the shoulder. At that time, he was the chairman of the OAU, the Organization for African Unity, which has metamorphosized into the AU, which is just a toothless bulldog. You know what I mean? We started this African unity or this union before the EU. The OAU existed before the EU. The EU copied after the OAU. Then after this revolution took place in Africa, when all our visionaries got knocked off, leadership was taken over by a bunch of illiterates, the lower level of the military. It was not the general, it was not the captains, it was the enlisted men. Most of them they were not educated, so they messed the entire OAU up. They turned the OAU into a boys club where they go and get drunk and womanize, and I mean, so the OU was no more what the OU was. So later on, when Gaddafi got more involved, they decided to change it into the AU, the African Union. But Liberia is a founding member of the OAU, likewise the League of Nations, likewise the United Nations. And as you said, from 1945 up until 1980, Liberia became a modern state. But prior to that, from 1847 or from 1822, when the settlers arrived, up until 1940, no, 1945, when Tubman became president, rather 1944, it was when he became president. Okay, and that was when World War II had just begun. Liberia Liberia was under a de facto sanction because of racism. So there was no trade going on with Liberia. So the country was in a very desperate situation. That was how Firestone came in to to rescue the country. The country had a $5 million on debt, which they could not pay, and Liberia was about to become carved up for the
Yeah,
European
and
powers.
Firestone came just in time.
And Mr. Firestone came in as the savior, to save the day. But as we all know, he was not the savior. He came in as a bigger suppressor. So that's why
Yeah,
it's
but the
not
thing
good to be
is,
desperate.
Firestone basically delayed the inevitable. It bought Liberia some time.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And they talk about Fernando Poe. A lot of guys who claim to be native Liberians, who claim to be native Liberians, they want to talk about slavery, how the American
And
Liberians came
let me break it. Let me
from the
break
caste
everybody down for
system.
Fernando Poe. What happened, right? First of all, the
Yeah.
crew. It happened on the crew coast right there, Grand Crew area.
Uh,
The crew people were migrating to that area in on British ships and Spanish ships for over 100 years, right? That area was lawless, right? Some of those crew people were agents from Sierra Leone. They were going back and forth between Sierra Leone and Grand Crew. And then people don't
mhm.
realize that some of the chiefs there were Creole people, Creole crews. They weren't really necessarily crew. They were crews, but they also come from Sierra Leone. They had a British culture. So
Yeah.
therefore, they didn't have any real allegiance to Liberia and Monrovia. Now, what gets me is Crew
Yeah.
country was divided at the time between those who were allegiance aligned to Monrovia and those who aligned with the tribal chiefs who was favored to join the Union Jack. And what happened was the government of
Mhm.
Liberia was ignoring the crew trade of labor, right? So they started taxing it, right? To gain headcount money of whatever this headcount money. That's debatable right there whether it was ethical or not. But the thing is, though, the trade of crew labor was done by crew people, and all the government of Liberia did was tax it. But they twisted around, making something the government was sending
Mhm.
people as slaves and everything like that, misinterpreted what it was doing. And it was actually the crew chiefs that
Yeah.
were involved in that sending young crewmen over they were doing it for over 100 years, you know, sending crew labor on foreign
Yeah.
ships. So therefore,
Yeah.
and it's not to excuse Fernando Poe, but when the Christie report investigated, they found that there was no slavery, but they said the harsh working conditions in Liberia should be improved. But they didn't say nothing about the harsh working conditions in the Belgian Congo or in Kenya or South Africa or whatever. They all singled out Liberia.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
there was always this idea of not only discrediting Liberia among white people in the world, but they wanted to discredit Liberia among black people, to make it seem like, the same thing they're doing with Paul Kagame, anybody else, Ibram Traore. Oh, he's a dictator. Oh, blah, 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 blah. They always do that to take some moral high ground, like there's some perfect civilization that don't have flaws. And we're like, oh, let's just burn it all down. No, no, no,
Mhm.
no. White man will enslave people and everything like that under the Union Jack flag and American flag. And guess what? That white man still plays that flag and like, you ain't gonna do nothing about it. We're gonna still ride this flag. You're gonna still
Mhm.
see the men who enslaved your ancestors on your currency. When you pull a dollar out of your wallet, you're gonna see George Washington's face.
Mhm.
You're gonna see Thomas Jefferson's face. When you see you
Mhm.
got the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial, Washington Monument, all that stuff like that, they tell you every day they don't give a damn about what you think about what their ancestors did or not. Only the black man.
Mhm.
Oh, we can't talk about J.J. Roberts. Blah, 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 blah. We can't talk about Hillary Teague. Blah, blah, blah. The only reason why people don't say that is because they were black men. You're not supposed to respect black men in authority. You're not supposed to respect black
Mm-hmm.
founding fathers. But the white founding fathers, same Liberians who say that stuff like you just said. I seen an American Liberian guy 3 years ago. I met at the airport. He's like, yeah, but the reason why our ancestors did, we were like the house slave. I'm like, who told you that? It's ignorant motherfucker. And get this dude has
Mm-hmm.
spent 20 years in the U.S. military. Came to America, joined the
Mm-hmm.
U.S., fought the white man's war, and basically was saying, oh, yeah, but we came over there and we did this, and we were like house slaves, field slaves, like Malcolm X. I said, that ain't what happened, you know? So it's like I said,
Mm-hmm.
some of the so-called American Liberians are a problem, you know? They go around apologizing for their ancestors all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, that's exactly what happened. Speaking of Fernando Poe, right? Okay, speaking. Okay, let's go back in time. Okay, Fernando Poe happened. Okay, which year was Fernando Poe? Okay, it was during the
That Fernando
1920s.
Poe
Okay,
happened in the
now
1920s.
1920s. Yeah, 1920s. Okay, from my research, Fernando Poe crisis was instigated by Firestone because nobody wanted to work at Firestone because Firestone was offering slave wages. So after 6 years, the plantation grew. 1926, Firestone opened, and Firestone did not have any workers. So they instigated the Fernando Poe crisis for that avenue of labor to
And
be cut
also
off
the
for the
British
workers to
too.
come to Firestone.
Let me tell you about Fernando
Yeah.
Poe. The Spanish were getting into cocoa, right? The British and the French were like, wait a minute, the Spanish have a monopoly on this crew labor. They're going to dominate the cocoa market. So they started putting this idea that the Spanish had this unfair advantage on crew labor, which there was a premium. Without crew labor, you ain't gonna get that
Mm-hmm.
thing done. So therefore, the Liberian government didn't want to play ball with the British. So the British went up and said, "Oh, we got to talk about this." They always come and try to rescue. We got to rescue the poor crew people because no, the British didn't wasn't care about the crew people. What they wanted was a monopoly on crew labor. That's all that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, historically, historically, the crews have always been used. They've always been used against Liberia. From the beginning, as I was saying, doing the slave trade. Okay, the slave trade started from the 1400s when the Portuguese first came, and then the other Europeans started coming. The crews used to work on the European foot as the seafarers. Okay, they will capture other tribes, sell them into slavery, and they will go along with the ship to the New World. Everybody else got off the ship, and the crews returned back. So that speaks volumes. How can you go as a black man to the New World and you come back and your brother stay? So
Because they
that
had
claim that they're
they
claiming
had
that they're
all the
like
Europeans
Liberians is a
knew the
lie.
crews. The crew
Is
were
a
one
lie.
tribe they could rely on. They
Yeah,
had
the
immunity to
crews,
slavery
like
because
yeah, like you said, they're an immigrant tribe, just as the American Liberians and all the other tribes. All the tribes migrated to Liberia from one point in time to another. So you can be okay. You can move to Virginia Beach in 1980, and I move in 1981, and then you tell me that you own Virginia Beach. You're not from there, and I too, I'm not from there either. We only resettled there, so that's the story of Liberia. Liberia is for everybody. So as I said, we are all Liberians, and there should be nothing that should divide us. Our history should be something that we should learn from, and we should accept history for what it is, not because it favors us. As a researcher, I've learned that when you are researching, you will always start with a hunch, that you believe something is this way. But as you research, you end up finding out that it is completely different than what you assume. And you have to accept the facts. But most of these so-called scholars, who are brainwashed by this guy called, I think they call him Gus Liberal, this white racist American from Indiana. I researched him recently, and he is the one that has indoctrinated our people to hate Liberia, because most of them read his work. Okay, and
Yeah, it's
it's
more
it's
white. It's
on
mostly white
it's
racist guys.
it, yeah, it's unfortunate that he's dead. He died a couple of years ago, but the Liberian media refers to him as the expert historian on Liberian history. So that is confusing. That is mind-boggling. You're referring to a racist
Well,
with
but the thing is,
propaganda in agenda. You're
I
referring
don't
to
think
him
most
as
Africans understand what a racist is. That's why I tell Baruti when he talks about this friggin'
no, 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 no,
well,
no.
we
They
cannot
they
forget
they really
slavery.
don't.
We cannot forget slavery. We cannot forget what happened
They
to us
really
in
don't.
slavery. And most Africans, they
Yeah,
want to be the slave of
most
slavery.
yeah, most of the Africans who don't realize what slavery is, it's because, right, it's because they're used to harsh treatment. Okay, where they come from, their leaders do not regard them. Their leaders are not compassionate towards them. So when they imagine the West to be freedom, so they are willing to how should I say, they are willing to accept, to endure the suppression of racism, because they view it as being better than the
Because
suppression that
it's
they
like the topic of the
receive
show.
from their leaders.
They make them into comfortable Negroes. They give the West
Yeah,
gives them
yeah,
a
yeah,
secret.
yeah. Exactly. They make them into comfortable Negroes because the amenities that they receive in the West, they don't receive it at home. So they see it as is better than what I had. Okay, and that only comes from Africans who are not how should I put it? They are not exposed. Okay, they are not there's another word that I'm looking. They are not what's the word, man? They are not
Yeah,
sophisticated.
yeah,
So let's
sophisticated.
say you come from the village, right? You leapfrog the city in your country, and you go to a city in Europe or America. You have no knowledge, no experience, of civilization in your country. So you see where you're going to be heaven, and anything they do to you there, you are willing to endure. Just I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of George Weah. When George Weah was playing football, George Weah was underpaid. George Weah was world best and was underpaid. Even on George Weah team, there were people that George Weah could play better football than, or as you guys call it, soccer, but they made more money than George Weah. It's because George Weah came from nowhere, so he saw that to be in the midst of Europeans in Europe as heaven. So he didn't care, even though he was being exploited, but he accepted it. Now you compare him to somebody like JJ Okocha, who played for Nigeria. Okay, he was exposed before leaving from Nigeria, so he didn't take that kind of mess. And that's evidence when JJ Okocha visited George Weah in Liberia before George Weah became president. He visited George Weah. They had a football game, and he went to George Weah house, and he told me, he said, "Damn," he said, "my man, what you did with all the money that you made in Europe? Your house is the size of my boys' quarters." Just imagine that. You see, so that is where the inferiority complex comes from. Because they don't go through the mentoring. If they just jump from A to Z, they don't go to B, C, D, F, E, G, H, before going to on Z. So they see, they allow the lights of the city to blind them. So I think that is the reason why they don't see racism as being racism. You still there?
Yeah,
I
I'm
was at
saying
work with it.
I had to walk and to give me something to drink.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
You were on a roll, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Let me get Jonathan Miller on. Jonathan, go ahead.
Cause I just seen that you had a show, and I just came up. I don't know what y'all talking about right now.
We're talking about the comfortable Negro. The problem with the comfortable Negro. This is a Negro in America. We've been exposing it tonight. That they're comfortable. Like I said, like when people in like this guy, Heritage guy, I think that's 1776. When they're like, oh, well, Kala, man, we don't need to go to Africa because they're comfortable in America. Now, the comfortable Negro is dangerous. You know why? Just the other day, Sam, Jonathan, there was a stupid
Mm-hmm.
white cop lady, right? Stupid white trash cop lady, right? Shouldn't even be in a badge, right? This young black man, she's 25 years old, tall brother, right? Good looking brother, right? Young brother. He was changing the tire on his car. She walked up to him. He thought she was there to help him. She was like, "Let me see some ID." Then she threw him up against the car, right? Slammed his head on the hood, put the taser in his back, and then tased him. Now he got a $20 million lawsuit going on in the state of Alabama. You know what I'm saying is this: the comfortable Negro, they've already made up in their mind that no matter how many racial atrocities, like we have black men being hung in America right now, Sam. You know, they're finding black bodies all over America right now. You know, people being hung and lynched. People
Well,
are just willing to look the other way now because they don't want to disrupt their little comfort. Their little comfort.
yeah.
That they got. The little comfort that they got. They ain't trying to hit nothing and whatnot. They see a cop brutalizing somebody. Nobody cares more. You ain't gonna never see a George Floyd situation again.
Yep.
Because everybody's gotten comfortable.
Yep.
That's why they hate me going to Africa, me being like me right now, makes them uncomfortable. You know what I said? I like being over here because I like the way the girls look. The women take care of themselves over here. They dress nice and whatnot. Like tonight, Sam, we have a shortage of gas right now in Liberia, right? Because of the thing that happened in the Middle East. So gas trucks, there's lines out gas stations, mile long. Everybody getting gas, and how Liberians get. We snuck up there and got some
They don't want to
gas.
stand in a queue.
But the thing is, I'll tell you what. Despite all the arguing, fighting out there, I did not feel unsafe one time. That same little argument in America, Sam, guns would have came out. Somebody would have got killed.
Yep.
Guns would have
No,
came out
no,
in
no, no.
America.
Sure, like yeah, Liberia is a very peaceful place where we're very peaceful people. It was only unfortunate that we entered that on civil war, which I mean is a long story, and
Yeah,
it had a lot to do
like I was trying to tell them, people said
with
that was
geopolitics.
the worst
But
side of
it wasn't
Liberia.
because of
That's
that civil war. Liberia is a peaceful place.
that's why it's hard to believe that happened there. You know,
Yeah,
because the people are so peaceful.
exactly. So
You know,
yeah, very peaceful people.
you never
You
see them
know.
arguing. You know, they never argue, nothing like that. But Sam, let me talk about another issue. You got your guy Hassan Fajita. What the hell's going on? Now I met Hassan Fajita. Hey, what's up, Dave? Dave's another. He's a Liberian brother that he's got back from Liberia. He's in the chat room. Dave, he was there a couple of weeks ago and whatnot. His mother was Bassa, his father's African American, and he goes to Liberia all the time. Anyway, this guy has got with Ellen Sirleaf, and they're trying to have a campaign when they want to make. Yeah, that's Sam Cooper. Yes, Sam Cooper. I told you about him. Uh, White people and all these other people says that will be the death of Liberia. Let me tell you why. When you invite white Americans in, not white Americans, even any European, right? They don't come by themselves.
Mm.
You see what Elon Musk is doing
Mm.
in South Africa? They're part of a global
Mm.
system of power and money and supremacy, and they want to dominate. You know, they'll come over there. They'll get their own beachfront properties, own houses, everything like that. They will discriminate and whatnot. And then the bottom line, you can't get rid of them because the U.S. military will come. They're already threatening right now. After they don't want Iran, they're coming for South Africa. Donald Trump is coming for South Africa. He said white people are being persecuted there. Look how he did. A testing ground was the Christians in Nigeria. That has nothing to do with that. Just a staging ground for it. The ultimate goal is to take out South Africa, the black government in South Africa. That's all that is. When you let white people in the country, right, they're going to bring their racism. And you know what's going to happen, Sam? The blacks are going to be
Mm.
pitted against each other. Instead of what I loved about Liberia is all the group of people, nobody cares, nobody talks about their tribe, nobody talks about their background, whatever like that, right? But as soon as you got whites in, right, and people are going to start looking at themselves like, oh, how am I different? Because white people will pick their favorites. They always do that. They'll come in, pick their favorites. Oh, I like the Bassa. I like the Vibe people. I like the Congo people. I like this. And
Mm.
that's the same thing they did in Rwanda, you know, where they pick their favorites or not,
Mm.
and they cause people to have tensions against each other. And look what happened, a genocide.
Yes,
So I don't know.
what that derives from on color, right? The as you said, the white people come and pick the sides, right? But it also, we the blacks or the Africans, we have something, we are also at fault. Why should you allow someone to make a fool out of you? Okay, it's just like you and I, right? Let's say you and I, we migrate from the United States to Liberia. Okay, we are Black Americans. Okay, and the Liberians start, the Liberian friends that we have, they start to make me feel that, that they love me, and I'm the better Black American than color. If I fall for it, then I'm a fool, and that's what normally happens.
Yeah, and
We
it will happen.
the
It will
blacks,
in
we
Liberia.
always
You know, it
allow
will
people
happen.
to divide us. We always allow people to divide us, and the reason why we are always at the bottom of the food chain is because we don't think, we're not legacy driven. We are just complacent, and we don't want to move out of our comfort zone, like what you were talking about before we got into this topic. I was listening to a documentary with Malcolm X, and he talked about the Negro. The Negro has gotten too comfortable, and he said that when you are so comfortable with the luxury of modernization and everything, you cannot be a revolutionary. Okay, you cannot be a revolutionist and to carry on a revolution, because revolution means change. Change means sacrifice. So you're not willing to make that sacrifice. So you rather stay on the plantation, you know, being being used to that system, you're accustomed to it, and you don't want change. So that is the problem with us in every context. Even when you bring it down to economics, we say, oh, Africa has minerals and know-how, and Africa is rich, and the white man wants to take away Africa, blah 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 blah. But what are you doing to maintain the sovereignty and the integrity of Africa as a black person? You are doing nothing. You're only talking, and talk is cheap. And that's the same thing we go through in Liberia. You have Liberians saying Liberia is rich, Liberia has gold, Liberia has diamond, but one of those people would not invest in what Liberia has. So it means that you don't believe that Liberia has nothing. Because if you believe that Liberia have gold, you will invest your money into gold and even into gold mining and even to the oil and gas, to the lithium and everything. But you don't believe it. You only talk it because you don't want to spend money in something that will benefit everybody. Those multinationals that come here, it's not one man's money. They have shareholders. They have banks that invest into them. They have individuals that invest to them, just like the slave trade. They were able to succeed because they practice collective economics. So they said, okay, let's invest into this vehicle that will go and bring us some Negroes that will labor for us free. They will come here, we buy them. They will invest in bringing them. Then those who are buying the slaves to work on the plantation have to pay money to the slave shipping company, which is owned by those who invested. So they get their return. Then those who buy the slaves make their
And
profit
now that
on the years
the slave
of free
trade
labor.
was financed by the Lords of London and Lehman Brothers, who insured risk. That means you bought a policy for your slave ship. If something happens, ship
Yeah,
sinks or whatever like that, you were insured.
yeah. So
Slavery built the modern life insurance business.
yeah, sure. But Carlo, the point that I'm raising here, we the black race, we should be ashamed of ourselves. Seriously. Sorry to say this, but we're very foolish people. We are not unified. We don't want to do anything that will benefit someone else. We are very self-centered, and we are doing it to ourselves. All the other races, they are unified. I'll give you an example. Look at Iran. Do you know where the Ayatollah got so much money to build that military fortress that is giving the United States a very difficult time to take them down? The whole Muslim world in Pakistan, in India, all over, the Muslims send that man money every year. Can we say that about ourselves? No. Our, our comfort is primary. My car, my house, my clothes, my this, my that. There's not us. So we need to change. And if we cannot change, we should not be talking and criticizing anybody else. That is my position. We have a serious problem, and we need to come to our senses now. For instance, you told me about how queues are in Liberia. People are on queues to get gasoline. Okay, why are they on queues to get gasoline? Because they didn't prepare. They didn't see what was happening. They had a Joseph. A Joseph came and told them, say, Pharaoh, your dream, I can interpret it. It means that there will be 7 years of famine, but we have to produce more that will outlast the famine. Some of us told them, say, let's invest in gold. They argued. They argued. And now where are they now? Their money they were holding on to that they didn't want to invest, they're going to lose it to inflation because the prices of fuel affects everything. All the commodities that's going up. So I mean, we are our own problem, man. We have visionaries among us, but we don't value our visionaries. That's why The Bible said a prophet is not welcome in his own hometown. That's why Jesus could not perform any miracle in Nazareth, because they didn't believe in him, because they felt that they knew him. He's the same old, he's the same old collar that used to play basketball at the park, not knowing that that collar has invested in his knowledge, has built himself up to become a savior of the race, but they don't want to follow collar. They want to take 40 years in the wilderness rather than taking 1 week to get to the promised land. So
Yeah,
that
all I can
is
do
our
is keep
problem.
trying. All I can do is keep trying. Let me get Jonathan Miller on. Jonathan, good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
we
go ahead, brother.
keep trying means like Jesus told Peter, right? Peter told Jesus, say, we have toiled all night. We could not get no catch, because they were fishermen. Jesus said, pull down your net and throw it and cast it in the sea for a catch. That was a command. There was no question. He said, okay, although we have toiled, but I will do at your command. And what happened after that? Boat sinking, net breaking catch. So if some of you, some of you African Americans, Liberians, and stuff will only listen and have faith. You pray to God every day. You go to church. You go to church more than how the Europeans go to church. But why are you not practicing the principles of the Bible? Lower your nets and throw it in the ocean for a catch. Trust and obey, because there's
Yeah,
no
hey
other
Sam,
way.
let me get Jonathan on. Let me get Jonathan. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
the fact that people have become complacent, and Black America has become complacent. Africa has become complacent. The Caribbeans have become complacent. And the reason why we become complacent because we really don't know how to get out of the rut that we're in. Because for the most part, unfortunately, we always got to go back to the past. Everybody looks at history as an idea that whatever our ancestors happened, whatever happened to our ancestors in the past, whether it was Black Wall Street knocked down or communities, taken over by the government through eminent domain, and they still do that to this day, by the way. It kind of puts us in a situation in which we low key, although we don't want to admit it, it makes us feel like the task is just simply impossible. And in the case of Africa, it's even worse because they just. I mean, I'll be honest. In the case of Nigeria, I'm friends with a lot of politicians over there and people in government. People in government, unfortunately, a lot of times people there, the people in government, they take the blame. But a lot of the people in government think that people are stupid, and for the most part, the people are stupid. I just got to be honest about it. And so when the government looks at the people and they say, okay, well, these people are stupid, there's no hope for us. So I'm going to take as much money as I can. I'm going to go buy me some property in Boston or buy me some property. I ain't going to say the person's name, but the police commissioner bought his daughter with government funds, bought his daughter a home out there in Stockton. Because there's really no hope in the people in Africa. In the case of Black America, I know we like to call a lot of our leaders sellouts. And I think I had an argument with this about FBA people. And no matter who you want to pick, because they say Jesse Jackson was a sellout, at the end of the day, you had Khalid Muhammad, who was more of a radical. You didn't support him. You had Malcolm X, who said build a voting block. You didn't support it. You had Elijah Muhammad, that was about building up Black communities and let's do for self. You didn't support it. You had Martin Luther King that said, well, let's be nonviolent. Okay, well, you didn't support it. Majority of these leaders that we call leaders are the people that are known as leaders. They have never been supported by the masses. It wasn't the masses of Black people that was a part of the nonviolent or civil rights movement. It was just a small sector, and it was
Well,
never the.
what I get from, and I'm just thinking back, right? Thinking back in my young years, right? I remember going to rallies and stuff like that people would show up, right? But I used to say to myself, how many people were actually true believers, right? You see some brothers show up there, and you know for a fact of the matter is, they're there because they're gonna have the females and stuff like that. And I'm willing to bet a lot of that was going on in the '60s, where you had these big rallies, stuff like that. Oh, black to the black power. But you know for a fact, a lot of them brothers are going over there because they saw them fine sisters. And
Yeah. And Carla, to add on to that, and I have to be honest, and it's embarrassing to say this, but a lot of times I honestly believe that more black people participated in the riots in Memphis than they participated in the actual protests or boycotting in Memphis.
the
So
riot was opportunity.
yeah, that was just some opportunist dum dums. So at the end of the day, unfortunately, I no longer have the ability to look at leaders as a sellout because in my mind, let's just say I was Jesse Jackson. You had all of these different leaders. You didn't like nonviolent, but you also had the violent opportunity. You didn't take that road either. You didn't enjoy the Black Panthers. You didn't enjoy MOVE. You didn't enjoy the New Republic of Africa, New African, whatever they call themselves. You didn't join that. There's so many different movements. You didn't join none of it. Hell, you talk about independence. You didn't even enjoy the Afristan. You didn't join colonization.
Yeah,
So at the end of the day,
people are comfortable. And like
yeah,
I said, I had Rico Miller in the chat room, and he's like, "Oh, I said Rico," and this other guy, Heritage. I think that's 1776. Look, the bottom line is this: they're comfortable Negroes, and they got upset when I said I called it out, man. I know how to call people out. It's comfortable. You know what the problem with the comfortable Negro is? They will basically kill you. You know, if you disrupt their comfortable. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. There was a man named Charles. He's written out of history, basically, but it's fun how Barack Obama, he was influenced Barack Obama. But I think he was alive before Barack Obama was even around. His name was Charles Spurgeon Johnson. You guys ever heard of him? Okay,
no,
well, he wrote. He was asked to go to Liberia or to report on Liberia during the Fernando Post situation, right? And he was basically chosen by the white establishment as an expert on Africa and Liberia. He wrote the book, The Negro Republic on Liberia. Basically, if you read the book, right, and first of all, he laid down the thing what Plato wrote, the Republic, whatever like that. So the Negro Republic, think about it. Now, Charles Spurgeon Johnson, I'm not trying to be a colorist or something like that. He was a very, very high yellow black man, right? So I'm getting an impression that, and when you live in that DC area, he comes from that Prince George's DC area, and you're somewhere between the elite Black America and somewhere friendly among white area right there, like the Jack and Jill side. There's a sense of comfort there, right? He probably has a little. They in those areas right there in D.C., Maryland, Black and white people always mixed together. They had their little social clubs like that. So his thing was those people who like that, right? They're like, I got comfort here. We got a nice integrated community here, blacks, whites, good deal. They're not thinking about the reality of masses of millions of black people. That's not going to happen for the millions of black people, right? And then the alternative to all the rich lynchings and whatnot, because he would ignore the lynching, because he 1920s, right? They ignore that, right? And then he wrote a book called The Negro Republic. Why do we have a Negro Republic? Why do we have a black? It's called the Black Republic, right? The Black Republic. Why we have a Black Republic and everything like that. Now you ask the question. He never questioned when he talked about Jefferson and all the other people, the white man's reason of having a republic, Chinese having a republic, Japan becoming a republic, everything like that. But why was this whole thing? Why? Because he felt like that Negro Republic across the Atlantic threatened his sense of comfort in America, trying to build an integration. These people were integration extremists. See, the thing is, the Black nationalist movement, the pattern never had that academic world behind it. Black nationalism the oldest ideology in America, Black America, the oldest. You know, Black nationalism is like 400 years old. You know, the idea of integration, civil rights, think of it, integration and civil rights and all the stuff like that is relatively new. I would say the last 75, 80 years. Before that, most black people were keen on building institutions. You had Richard Allen of Philadelphia make the African Methodist Episcopal Church. You had Prince Hall make the African Masonic Order. You had the African Methodist Baptist Church. We identify with Africa. We try to build our institutions. We're not. And the idea, Liberia, people don't understand, Sam, was 200 years in the making before they even landed. The idea of Liberia was burning in the eyes of black people returning to Africa, building their own republic. That was 200 years old. Black people in their own little social clubs, churches, and everything were deciding on that for 200 years. And then what happened was by the time the 1800s came around, opportunity with Paul Cuffey and then this guy Finley, it became a reality with the American Colonization Society. But that ain't just something like the American people always think the American Colonization Society created this thing and black people, but no, the idea of return to Africa was it was significant in Black America. You know, I would say the majority of black people were for it, but the black academia was against it because it threatened their comfort. Remember, and they like look at Betty Rodriguez. You know, she's mad at what I'm saying right now, but she know I'm telling the truth. There was a meeting in Philadelphia when they denounced colonization. Remember that, Sam? You heard about that? Where they went, these Negro colored men meant to denounce colonization,
What?
saying they're American. These Negroes were
Mhm.
comfortable. You know, it was in Philadelphia. It was like the Negroes
Mhm.
met to denounce colonization. It was in a church in 1820. You know, when they heard about the American Colonization Society and all that, they met to,
Okay.
you know, these were comfortable
Yeah.
Negroes.
Okay. Are you talking about? Are you talking about when some Negroes, when after the settlers, you talking about after when the settlers came to Liberia
It
and
was right
they started
before that.
prospering and letters
In
started
the
coming back?
it was between 1816 when they proposed it, right? And 1820 when they finally left. They left in 1820, right? They stayed in Sierra Leone for 2 years, right? In 1822, they went to Liberia. But during that time period, there was people, groups around America, free Negroes in America, saying that they were denouncing that and we're never going to part ways with this land and whatnot. That's because they didn't want thinking about the masses of black people, what was best for them. They were thinking about their own personal comfort. They found carved a little space out for themselves, you know, and they didn't want anything interrupted with that. You talking about going to Africa disrupts all that shit, you know. Look, if I'm gonna look at history right now, I would say, with the exception of, I would say people like Jesse Jackson, who I thought was a great man, you know, most black leaders, if you listen to them, they're only about their own personal comfort. You know, everything is about how they can protect what they got, particularly black entertainers. Black entertainers do not want no disruptions. You know, it's all about their comfort. You know, the thing is, the rappers will tell you, man, I don't give a fuck about that shit. You know, they're out in the suburbs doing their thing when they ain't trying to fucking hit none of this shit. You know, so that's what you have. And I'm saying, like, that's fine. But the bottom line, those of us who are into this black nationalist life, leave us alone. You know, you want to be part of it, that's fine. But they won't they won't leave us alone because we threaten their existence. You know, they're like people say, well, you know, you got people over there built now the number look, Sam, the number of African Americans going to the African continent is growing. You know, they're going in large numbers to Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, now Liberia. You got
Mhm.
a group in Liberia now. Uh, uh, Different countries in Africa. So, in other words, basically, that's an alternative to America, right? Now, the American comfortable Negro don't want none of this to happen. You know, he don't want nothing to disrupt his getting near to the white man and trying to build this racial utopia in America. You know, because he's a creature of comfort. You know, you understand my analysis, Sam? You there?
Yeah, yeah, your voice is kind of scrambling, but I can I can hear you a little bit.
Yeah,
I
but the
can
thing is, you got
understand exactly what you're saying.
you said there's no such thing as real black nationalism. Yeah, look, black nationalism simply just means black people seeing themselves as part of a black community, a black nation, right? Now, the end goal of black nationalism, when it's really up and running, is an independent nation. That's the end goal of it, you know. But before you can do that, you got to start thinking like that. You can't be thinking yourself as American, kumbaya, rainbow, and all that, and call yourself a black nationalist, you know.
You see color, right? We need. I mean, the
Sam, you're
the
breaking
extra
up.
African Americans coming to Africa.
Hey
Yeah,
Sam,
you
hey
good
Sam,
on
hey
your
Sam,
sound like you
hey
breaking
Sam,
up.
can you
Okay,
hang
you hear
up
me
and call
now?
back in? No, you got to hang up and call back in. Hang
Okay,
up,
hang up and call back, right?
hang up.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
hang up and
All
call
right,
back in.
all right, all right.
No, no, that's multinationalism. I believe every
Okay, I'm trying to hang
ethno-nationalist. I'm an
let me
ethno-nationalist.
see.
Okay, you know first.
Yeah, you got. Okay, yeah, yeah. I'm an ethno-nationalist. Z. I believe Black America is a nation. You know, we have to unify among ourselves before we can unify with anybody else. You know, we got to get our shit down packed. Too many people coming into the mix or not. Hey, Jonathan, what do you think about that Godfrey situation with Joy Reid? You see that?
No, what happened?
Well, I don't know. Joy Reid's they're trying to spin slavery and whatnot, you know? Well, Africans weren't involved with slavery and all this kind of stuff like that, you know?
Early.
You know,
Why
so
they? What's the purpose of lying so damn much? What's the
I have
purpose?
no idea. You know, so it is what it is. They're trying to say, what's the divide between FBA and Africans? I said, we didn't start this divide. We didn't start this shit, you know? As Africans who started this shit, by coming over here thinking, look, this is what I've been telling I tell Africans, right? They thought they could come over here, and did they really thought they were going to replace Black America? Do you think, in your opinion, Jonathan, do you think Africans could come and work and give 40 years in Pittsburgh Steel,
No, they can't.
Detroit,
No, they
Ford
can't do
Motor?
none of those jobs. In fact, I think I was on a panel the other day arguing with Chukwu, of all people on TikTok, Chukwu, and they were arguing how the immigrants they come over and they're very successful and all this education and
No,
shit.
that's the same old nonsense they talk.
Yeah, and then I went to the facts because you can look at the facts, and I was like, well, look at here. If you're a Nigerian, the average Nigerian in the United States makes about $38,000 per month. Your household income looks better because there's more people in the household that's working. That's all that means, bro. And there's about 14% of you on food stamps, 33% of you totally on government welfare. That's not Black America. You're not doing as good as you think you are.
And what do you think about the fact that Nigeria owes the Chinese government $11 million for its telecommunication system, right? 11 million, or Chinese going to default and take the communications thing over. $11 million, man. I thought Nigeria got billionaires like Dangote. You know, he can't spring $11 million for his government. The
And
hell is
that's another thing. Let's talk about that part. There's he's how do I say this without making it sound bad? He's a billionaire, but he ain't really a billionaire.
I think
You
he's a
know,
billionaire in Naira.
I mean, like he's a billionaire, He's definitely a billionaire, but he ain't a billionaire as far as like the actual
Wait,
net worth that they put out there.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah,
You
it's
know, I
not,
ain't think so either, you know, because hold on,
it's
how come we don't see?
fabricated.
Well, how come we don't see the Dangote towers? Like Trump, you see Trump Plaza, you see the buildings, so like you see his wealth. Where's Dangote's wealth at?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. So if I give you an example, there was a company called Jumia. Jumia was Africa's Amazon, right? Oh, they were worth so much money. But the thing
Oh
is,
yeah, well, that was a joke.
once you come to the United States of America and you get on that New York Stock Exchange, my buddy, we get to go through all your assets. We get to look at all your transactions. And at the end of the day, they shit was overinflated. Much like a
Yeah,
lot of Chinese stocks are always
every
overinflated.
time Nigerians, it's like, are these people insane? You know, every time you look around, you see some dusty ass motherfucker. You see the other day, he said, "This is Nigerian billionaire." I said, he was on a boat or something like that. And he was treating his worker bad, this chick bad, and whatever like that. He's a Nigerian. But why do they keep calling every Nigerian a big? He might be worth like $1.2 million, but they call him a billionaire. You
Well,
know?
they may be a billionaire in Nigerian terms, but not in America terms. They have a lot of that, and the thing is, they try to. The best way for them to go in and claim to be a billionaire is to have assets, and their assets are usually tied into land. Unfortunately, a lot of
And the
times what
land
they
is
do is
hyperinflated
there.
because
It
that
is. It is. They see the way that you can increase the value of your land in Nigeria is really just to overinflate the prices. Everything in Nigeria is completely overinflated. Not because inflation is bad and rampant. It's just because people are so wicked and so corrupt. They oversell everything
but
and they
what
hope
happens
that
is
people
this:
believe it
when
and
it
people
really
buy
comes
it.
down to it, if you're a fool and you go put your money into these countries, you'll crash. Like I said,
Yeah, you'll get the reality check.
get this. One thing I was talking about was the fact that I was here Chuko on the live chat early this afternoon. I was too tired to argue this fool. He said, "Yeah, Africa could be a great place for investment." No, the fuck it can't. You know,
No,
look,
it can, Kyla, but the thing is, and I just got started with this. We just opened up 2 retail stores. We have to look at Africa like everybody else. We got to stop caring. Essentially, we got to be like Amazon. We're here to shut your business down. We're gonna completely drop prices. We don't give a fuck if you go out of business, if you're crying, you end up homeless. That's not
yeah.
our problem. We're here to do
My point
business.
I was trying to make
We got to
was
have
this.
that mentality.
My point was this. Now, government countries, right, that are really doing good, industrializing everything, they can get their money through the private sector. Your pension fund, like Australia has the world's largest pension fund system, right? Their pension funds are invested all over the damn world.
Yeah,
They loan money out all over the planet, right? That's what a pension fund does. We have Chicago employee pension, union pension funds. They take those billions of dollars and make billions more dollars, right? That's what pension funds do, right? Now, in order for you to do that, your country or where you're invested has to have so many things, so many what do you call analytics and stuff like that, check marks up before they say okay, right? Unfortunately, the only country in Africa that checks all those boxes where you could move billions of dollars into that country for investment safely, right? Is South Africa. South Africa just got back on the list because it was listed for years as they went down to a developing economy, right? To now South Africa's back being a developed economy. They did that so they could qualify for loans from the World Bank and the IMF. They did that so you can qualify for certain loans, right? So therefore, now they don't have to do that. Now you could move. Back in the days when the rand was equal to the dollar, the United States was doing the Vietnam inflation. South Africa was the number one place to put money at. You want to put your currency in, your treasury bills, everything. You bought the rand. You know, the rand was the currency reserve of the world. You know, it had replaced the dollar. Right? They did that during apartheid. How was they doing? How that government as a minority government was able to do that fucking during apartheid, right? At the time, South Africa generated half the continent's electricity. It had half the continent's, it had two-thirds of the continent's paved roads. This is the 1970s. I'm like, how this little tiny white group was able to do this? You know, they had industries on top of industries and whatnot, you know? They had billions of dollars pouring into the country, you know, and they had a domestic market, you know, they even built up the black community, you know, where it's a huge middle class, was a consumer base, you know? And also South Africa, basically, to be honest with you, they were the engine for the whole sub-region. Everything you see in Southern Africa, from steel to cement and everything, from all the way up to Zambia, started in South Africa. That was a huge market, the whole Southern Africa region, but and beyond was this market. So South Africa was a powerhouse. I want to know why is it these other Africans can't do that? You know?
Yes, on Carlos, the other Africans, they cannot do that because of what I just told you guys. We are not willing to make the sacrifice. We want for manna to drop from heaven. Okay? All of this is called collective economics. I'll give you an example of the late Dr. Julius Larry. I'm sure you have talked with Dr. Larry.
Yeah.
Dr. Larry came, he never stepped foot in Liberia, but the footprint that that man left in Liberia is unbelievable. He was able to accomplish a whole lot because he was willing to let the net down and throw it for a
Did he pass
catch.
away? Yo,
What?
did he pass away, Sam?
Yeah,
Sam.
he passed away. Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, he passed away July, I think July the 15th. Okay, in Houston, he just did his surgery, for cancer, and he called me. He called me and on video and showed me that his surgery was successful. Then after like two days or so, he just disappeared, and he mysteriously died. I don't know what happened. But I have a feeling that his death was not normal.
Yeah, he was colorful. He was colorful. Real colorful
Yeah.
character, man. He was a nice guy.
He used to tell me, he used to say, Sam, the Negro does not follow instructions. Man, that guy was crazy. Buddy. He
Yeah,
was a man.
he
He
was a
was a man.
character. You know, he was something else. He was a good guy. You know,
Yeah,
he was a
sure,
good
sure.
guy.
He was a guy who loved Africa. Okay, and he told me, he said, Sam, you can be whoever you want to be. Because I used to talk about Steve Biko. He said, but then Sam, you be the next Steve Biko. Me, I'll be the next Marcus Garvey. The guy went to Liberia, bought Charles Taylor's mansion in Buchanan, and he named it the Marcus Garvey House. That is practical application, not talking.
Yo, last time I talked to him, he hasn't been. So he made it to Liberia.
No,
Said,
he didn't make it. He didn't make it because he was always in and out of hospital. Because
yeah, yeah, I know. I remember that.
he had cancer. He had cancer. He was a former he was a former U.S. veteran in the Vietnam War. So he was affected by, I think they call it Agent Orange. So he kept different cancers kept coming out, and he fought it. He fought a good fight. He fought a good fight, and he left me with his blueprint, and he told me, he said, Sam, when he was going for his surgery, he said, Sam, if I don't make it, I want you to implement this. Now it's sitting down. We blacks, we're not willing. We know we want to be lone rangers. Everybody wants to do their own thing. And you see South Africa, they were not doing their own thing. They were operating in a system, systems within an ecosystem, integration. So if we, the Africans and the African American and blacks in general, if we can learn to have a passion for knowledge, all our problems will be solved because everything we're talking about, it is in books that we don't like to read. And right now, we have videos on YouTube. So if you don't like to read, watch insightful, knowledgeable content rather than these stupid movies, Nigerian films, the American films, soap
Yo,
operas.
man, I can't do it. Look,
You
I
do
was
get
getting
nothing from
tortured
it.
yesterday. I was getting Sam, I was getting tortured. Said wifey was watching some Nollywood. I was like, you gotta turn that shit off. I can't do it, man. I just can't, man. Lord knows I tried. You know, Nollywood, I just can't do Nollywood, man. Can you do Nollywood, Jonathan? I can't
I,
do it.
I tried my best. I try.
Yeah, I was like, man, it's like,
I
goddamn.
really do try.
You
Me
got
and
a
my wife,
4 hour movie and they
we go
got
to the
four scenes.
movie within usually the first 10 to 15 minutes. I'm asleep,
Yeah, like
waking up
four,
at the
like,
end like, is this shit over with?
oh, horrible fucking acting,
Very
horrible
bad. The
bad
plot be
beats and everything.
bad. The acting is bad. A lot of shit is just bad. They have the same themes over and over again. The same plots. The same. The guy is the rich guy is cheating with some girl,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
it's like, come
And
on now, we
he
get
has
it.
a son that he wants to bestow all his wealth to, and
The
money.
girls are always being oppressed in some kind of way. It's like, come
Yeah,
on,
and she got her own ambitions, and God, man, it's so friggin' yeah.
the husband cheats, the wife plots to kill the other person. It's like, all right, we get it. Try something
Yeah,
new
that's right.
every now and then.
I'm like, hell no, man, I can't do this. I tried. Lord knows I tried. Like I said, when are we gonna see like a Nigerian Ryan Coogler? You know, we're gonna see that. We're gonna see a Nigerian version of that. However, man, the Afrobeats are making some waves here now, man. I'm seeing more and more. As the first time I've been here, and Afrobeats is like dominating. Usually when I come here, it's all hip hop and R&B and stuff like that. But now this year, man, I'm seeing a lot of Afrobeats, man. So you
Yeah, that's
know.
good. You go to Nigeria, it's gonna be the opposite. You'll hear a lot of hip hop and R&B.
I mean, if you go to the major clubs, of course, Friday night the major clubs. Now you ain't, no, you ain't gonna hear no Afrobeats. When people going out to dance, get down, and they get serious, the grown and sexy people. They what you call what you call it? Yeah, look, Mufasa. Yeah, everybody's playing Afro beats, right? But there's a certain thing about Afro beats. Like last night, I was in a hookah lounge, right, on Tubman Boulevard, and a cigar. Matter of fact, the people stole my idea. I wanted to bring my own cigar humidor, right, and go to different clubs and open up a cigar humidor right there. Somebody already started doing that shit. So they had their own humidor right there. You buy a cigar, expensive as hell. I'm like, shit, y'all pay $20 for a cigar? The cigar was good. But I said, shit, man, I was worried about y'all price, man. Evidently, people in Africa got money. So anyway, paid $20 for a cigar, had a couple of beers when I vibe with the Afro beats all night. That's good when you vibe. Afro beats good when you're sitting there vibing. Now, if you want to get down and you about to put your grown and sexy on, no, leave the fucking Afrobeats alone. That's when you gotta, you know what I'm talking about. That's when hip hop, R&B, and whatnot. '90s hip hop and R&B, 2000 hip hop are come out. Everybody gets down and whatnot. I mean, people get amped. That's how it is here in Liberia. But the regular juke joints is like thousands of fucking juke joints here. Every corner you got like small little, just like literally within a square mile radius you may have like 15 clubs, small clubs, but they are lit up, real lit up. They really go out, they're real lit up on the inside, fluorescents and lights and everything like that, big sound speaker and everything. You can buy drinks for cheap when they
Yeah,
got
yeah,
little.
Tyler. We need Black Americans. We need to start opening up our own clubs in Africa.
Well, I mean, I like the clubs is already there. I rather I like the clubs. I mean, you
Let's
can do
shut that
that.
shit down.
What? Nah, you
Let's
ain't
put
gonna do
them
that.
out of let's put them out of business.
There's a play. Look, it's just in Liberia. There's so many clubs. Everybody got a club. That's one thing people can do here. Clubs. It's just so plentiful here. It's unreal. I mean, you can't go no place without everybody got a club. They're all over the friggin' place. They're all over the place. I don't want to do that. I did the Calabash is the best club I've ever seen in my life. That to me is the best club in the world, the Calabash. And
1776, come up, Mufasa, come up. 1776, you ain't got to hide no more. I think Kala had worse people on than you could ever be. Come
that
on
has
up.
to be 1776.
So come on up, 1776. You've been missed, brother.
he
Okay,
says,
the Bantu DNA is fucking us up.
he says, well, I'm like, dude, man, that's all fine and dandy. You want to believe that, right? But just say you're a comfortable Negro. Just say, all right. If somebody, look, there's some black people, right, that are comfortable in America, right? But the only thing is, to be a comfortable Negro, you got to be like this. When you look at somebody like George Floyd, like, sucks to be you, you know. Black women, 500 black women, 1,000 black women lost their job. DEI, sucks to be them. If you can get your sucks to be you, sucks to be them on, you could be a comfortable Negro in America. If you see Negroes getting pulled over by police and whatnot, obviously roughed up, manhandled, and be like, well, I just the officer just doing his job. Whatnot,
Drop the
you
link,
are
Kala.
you are a comfortable Negro. You know, so if you could do that, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Like what you call a lot of black people are saying that they support ICE because they're trying to fit in. They want to be comfortable. They're like, man, you say, well, what are we gonna do? Is a black man gonna go toe to toe ICE? Everybody's like, bump that, bump that. No, I'm not a comfortable Negro, Elvis. That's why I'm here in Liberia right now. But you are nothing but a simple simpleton, Elvis. You a simple simpleton. We just had a real Liberian on. My good brother Sam Cooper. And that's the Liberian of Liberians, man. That's my partner.
So
What's
you're
it called?
you're
Kala,
you're
what's it called?
uncomfortable, Carla?
Oh, yeah,
What?
y'all about to go at it.
You're uncomfortable?
Of course, man. How can you be comfortable and be black in America? You stupid.
I
You know,
didn't know that.
ain't no black person. If you a black,
The
you
way you
comfortable.
brag about your job, that you're doing well, you're
Yeah,
comfortable in
yeah, but
America. I thought you was comfortable,
hold on.
man.
Look, you haven't listened to the whole thing. I said I'm comfortable, but I'm conflicted.
Ah, so you are comfortable, but conflicted.
Yeah, and I'm conflicted. You know, and that's why I have what we call middle class guilt. You know,
So you're trying to compensate for that.
well, I'm not trying to compensate for that. I'm just saying this is what makes me happy. Being involved in the Pan African movement and stuff like that gives me my purpose in life. Because if I did not have this, the thought of me being one of these comfortable middle class Negroes and whatnot, people who I've always despised my whole life and whatnot, and become one of them, it's just too much for me. I've been resisting this my whole fucking life. I do not want to be a comfortable middle
Carla,
class.
you've earned your leisure. If you were living in a third world country in some part of the Philippines, you couldn't travel to Liberia twice or once a year. You couldn't afford
It's
it.
like this. It's like this. I like the life I have. I got a good look. I'm not gonna take anything that I do. I got two nice cars. I bought a Mercedes before I left. And I got two nice cars. Or not. I got a nice life to go back to in America. I got that, but but be honest with you,
So
right?
why are you harping on comfortability when you are comfortable?
Because I'll tell you why. If you really want to know why, you were like, yeah, Liberia's got soul food. Of course they got soul food here. Look, you really want to know why? Because I know all it's going to take is when I go back to America, right? And some friggin' little smart ass little white kid behind the cash register is going to talk to me in the wrong tone, right? Or somebody's going to say something in the wrong tone, or me, I don't like people looking me in the face, right? That's challenging me, right? And I cannot stand. No, and I cannot stand
It's a sign of
where.
respect, Carla, actually.
No, I don't like people look. No, what I'm saying is this: I do not like white people walking up to me smiling right? Like they know who I am, that they're above me, and I'm like, I hate to pull out the thing saying, let's pull out my bank statement, your bank statement, and see. I don't want it to be like that, but in America, is you got the bummy ass white man thinks he's above you, And so when I get back to America, just like I did last year, right? First thing I get back to America in JFK Airport, right? I get to run with this white lady. I told you guys about this at the friggin' at the baggage thing. Don't touch. I said, bitch, I was not touching you. I said, well, then get the fuck out of the way. Well, I said, look, lady, I did not touch you, whatever like that. You say it again, I will touch you. You know,
Oh boy, Tyler.
she shut up. I mean, that's it. I just exploded after getting all this treatment in Liberia, right? I get off the plane and I got to hear some fucking white bitch telling me, about like I'm supposed to sit there like, oh Lordy, Lordy, don't call the police, don't call Mr. Trump on me. The fuck out of here. So bottom line is, so I know I got that to look forward to when I get back to America. Just walking in a place. Oh, is he gonna? No, I don't have to fucking steal. No, I'm not gonna rob your fucking store. No, I'm not gonna rob your store. You don't have to fucking hit the panic button when you see me fucking come in the store. All this kind of bullshit you go through in
Tyler,
America.
they living rent free in your head. If you go in that store, you walk in there like a boss,
Well,
buy the
I
shit
do
that
that
you
all the time.
want,
Look.
and
I
don't give
don't
a
give them
fuck
the
about them. You
I don't
good.
give them the satisfaction. I don't give them the satisfaction. What just burns me that I even have to go through that in the first place. That's what I'm talking about. Like I said, that's why when the comfortable Negro will pretend that that doesn't fucking exist, right? Let me give you an example. There was a incident. I'm trying to think what year this was. Me and my brother living together. Okay, it's about '98. I walked into the 7-Eleven, right? Drove to the 7-Eleven, right? I seen a brother inside, right? He was by himself inside. I was like, oh man, I don't know, the brother's trying to hold the place up. Let me wait till he comes out, right? So I waited till the brother comes out, and he comes out before I went in. I said, what's up? We nodded, like that, right? So I got in my car and went in. I stood around, whatnot. I come out, there was another brother doing the same thing. He's looking at me like, yeah, is everything all right, brother? Like, you nigga thought that, we all think we're trying to rob. We even like we like that with each other. I'm like, man, this is bullshit, man. We got three brothers, law-abiding brothers, man. We look at each other like they got us thinking that we're all fucking. I really thought oh man, this brother gonna knock this place over, man. I better wait till he gets out of car and duck down and whatnot, in case he comes out blazing and whatnot. And when I did, I come out myself. The dude's looking at me like, is everything right?
Tyler, let me ask you, right? Have you ever
Man.
gotten uncomfortable in Liberia?
Nope.
Mm,
Nope.
it's not what you
Nope.
said.
Nope. Man, like I said,
You
I've never
said
been
when that time is coming, you're glad you're coming back to the United States.
No, I'm saying, look. That's the one thing good about it is like I can go back to the states, whatever like that, because life here is really difficult for the
Ah,
African
there you
American.
go. That's the point I'm
Life is
making. A lot of
difficult.
people are
I mean, it's
uncomfortable
not.
there.
Look. If you had a way, if I had a way, and I cannot do work over here. I thought I could. I cannot do work over here because I would have to buy an international phone plan, and that's just too expensive. I was waiting till I get back to start working. If there was a way where if I had a business, a data center, or something like that, and I could work over here or something like that full time, yeah, I would stay here. I would. I wouldn't come back to the States, for years. But since I got to go back there, I have a business, whatnot, and I got responsibilities and whatnot, and I got stuff to do. I got people under me and stuff like that. So I cannot stay here. I would
So
love to.
you come back where you're financially comfortable.
Of course, that's just common sense.
Right. So the whole topic is like
That's how
you're
it's,
harping on
but
people.
the thing is though, you're financially comfortable, right? But that don't mean you're basically settled. You know,
Yeah, but that
you
don't
know, like
stop you from coming back, Carla. You prioritize financial comfortability over
point I'm trying
social
to make.
comfortabilities.
But what I'm trying to make is it's just you do what you gotta do. I'm an American citizen.
Yeah.
I'm an American. It'd be different if I was actually a Liberian. And my ancestors had land here, and stuff like that, and I had something like that. Like a
Yeah,
lot of
having
them.
land that don't means you're comfortable,
No,
Carl. A
no,
lot of
no,
people have
no.
land, they're
Hold
not
on.
financially
Hold on.
comfortable.
In Liberia, you got to support. You got land here, whatever. Like, I look, I got plenty of friends. My boy Nye is here, right? His situation is different than mine. You know, he got land. He's building a freaking house with there's gonna be an Airbnb. You know, like 15 bedrooms. You know, and so he had that land in his family for years. You know, and so I don't have that. You know, it's paid for and everything like that. I don't have that advantage. I know a lot of people here that come here. They're Liberians and they got land. They're connected with the country. I'm an American. You know, so I don't have the connections into Liberia as people has been here. Now, if I was a Liberian and I come here and whatnot, and I got relatives and all shit like that
Or
here,
you could buy land, Carla. You don't have
I
to
don't
have
want to buy land.
ancestral.
I do not want to buy land in this country. You know, what the hell am I gonna buy land for? I'm not gonna if I'm not gonna be here. 100. The only way I would buy land here if let's say I get rich and I decide this is where I want to live. I don't
But
see
you're
the
already
point of buying.
comfortable. You can buy land. Land's like two grand.
Elvis, shut up and listen to me. I'm not gonna. What the hell am I gonna buy land in a country that I don't live? What's he gonna do? Just sit there? That's a waste of an asset. So I let the Liberians buy the land. I let them build their own shit. You know. Now I don't. I personally don't think unless you're with vanity, and I'm not a vain person, right? I don't like buying shit just to say I have it. You know. You know. Uh, 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 I don't have stuff like that to say I'm vain, say I got to land and property or not. You know, I'm not like that. You know, if I'm going to build a house or not, I'm going to live in that shit. You know, like the house apartment I have here, house what I have here, whatnot, all this shit like that, the decoration, all that shit like that I have here. You know, I got it. You know, it's all I need for right now. You know. I'm not gonna buy no land. My wife stays here year round. I come here 2 months out of the year. But the bottom line is this: sitting there buying land, and I know a lot of people's doing it. You know, I don't see it. I see so many. Liberia is a land of unfinished projects. I see so many friggin'
Hey,
abandoned.
here's what you need to understand, Carla. Let me just say this, right?
You know, people don't got money, and they
There
they
you
they
there you
get
go.
it.
And
They get
that's what it
they
is.
get they get in projects and whatnot. You know, they have these high, but I'm not a fool. You know, I am
But let
not
me
a
let me
fool.
let me say this, Carla. So understand the psyche of the Liberian living abroad. Usually, there's some of them who could afford to buy land, build a house within 5 years, and be done with it. While others are playing the long game. They'll buy the land because land is usually an appreciating asset, and that land will be there for maybe 3 years. And then they start a project. It might take them 7 or 8 years to complete it, but
That's
that's a long
ridiculous.
term goal that
That's
they're working
ridiculous.
towards.
That's ridiculous. You know,
Why
if
is
I
it
want to,
ridiculous?
hold on, if I want to look, I've seen what you call. If you have the money, right, you could buy a house, you could buy land. If you have property or not, you got property out here, Marshall and I. You could buy a house. You got home builders here that could put your house up within 4 days. You know,
Most people pay for their houses for 30 years in America. They couldn't build a house
no,
in.
no, no,
They
no.
couldn't afford to build a house
Hold
in
on,
5 years in America. So they take a
hold on.
30
When
year
you buy
mortgage.
a house in America, you're buying a mortgage on a property that's already generating revenue. It's already fit to go. You have an appraiser. You have all those things to qualify for a mortgage. You got to have it appraised, all assessed, all that stuff like that, title search, all that stuff like that, and
What I'm
everything like that.
saying is most
You
people
have to have,
mortgage their
and
house
you
because
have
they
to
can't
have
afford to build
insurance on
it.
the house, homeowner insurance, all that stuff like that got to be in place before you get a mortgage. You
You hear what I'm
know,
saying, Carla?
and you have to have 20% down. You know,
Yeah, because they can't afford to pay 200 or $300,000 to build a house in 5 years. So they got to spread it out for
hold on.
30
First of all,
years.
houses in Africa don't cost that much to build.
That's the point. We're talking about relativity here.
I'm
The
saying, yeah,
houses in Africa, a person don't have 100 grand to build a house in
look,
1 year. So they build it
nobody
in
in
5 years.
Africa is spending no $200,000 to build a house. The most they're spending is like 35,
No.
40,000.
Some people spend like 60,
No,
80,000.
Elvis. I know too many people were involved in real estate business. That's all they do, and I'm talking about nice big houses. You know,
Wait a
forty
minute.
thousand dollars,
It,
forty
it
thousand
costs
dollars,
sixty
nice
thousand
big.
dollars to build a house in Liberia.
A nice house, a reasonably
Yeah,
nice house.
you could
Now,
build
why
a
the hell
nice
will it
house.
take them 8 years
You
to
could
pull
build,
that off?
No,
no, you
because
could.
for example, take somebody that's living here in the United States have a job. Maybe they make 50 grand a year, right? But they have a family. They have maybe a mortgage or they're paying rent here. They have other obligations. So to build that house, they gotta sometimes wait maybe for their tax money. They add it up. Maybe save
No,
5 grand during the
that's not
year.
how they do it. Not how they do it.
I'm
How
just
you
giving John. I'm giving Jonathan a an example. For example,
but
so
how a
most people
lot of
don't have
people
the
do it,
cash on hand to go to
a
Liberia and
lot,
build
a
a
lot of
house. Right?
Liberians do it is this. They'll have a house in America, right? They'll build an equity in the house where they got like 25, $30,000 of equity in the house, right? They'll take the equity out of the house, right? To get that the all you need, like I said, they sell you the land, right? The land would cost you like $5,000, right? $5,000 for a lot, right? The rest is the house. The house will cost you to build like $30,000, right? So between that and that, they'll say
Yeah,
you're over like $10,000, right? That extra $10,000 you added onto your existing mortgage, right? Or you combine that mortgage. Your mortgage will go up, but you'll have a house in
so people
America.
you thinking most Liberians take home equity loans to build
That's
their homes?
exactly how they do it. That's exactly how they do it. Yeah.
Maybe the people
Well,
You'll
but
say
most
Kyle,
people don't.
what's the typical rent in Liberia?
what?
The typical rent. Do y'all pay monthly?
Rent,
Y'all
rent,
pay per
rent,
annum?
rent,
And if
rent,
so, what is
rent,
it?
rent is like $3,000 a year.
I mean, it depends. If you live in a decent place,
That's in
Jonathan, let's say.
I,
Monrovia.
I live in a decent. I live in a nice neighborhood.
No,
It's
I'm
three
just
thousand.
saying, if it's a decent place,
You know, so
like the
you got
place
all
that I
kinds. You got
have, it's like
places.
150 bucks. If it's well renovated, if
Per
you have a
year?
few things. No, a month. But you have
Oh,
to pay usually, for the year, maybe every 6 months. So $150, $150 times 12.
Like I said, it's not that
But
you
nicer
don't pay it.
places can go up to 300, 400 bucks a month. And then again, you have to pay,
The bottom line is, yeah, you got. I
annually
got a good deal.
upfront.
$150 times 12, that's 1,800 a month. 1,800 per year.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes
That's
usually
the
like
average now. We're talking
most
about
people pay
average.
like $2,300 a year, 22 or $2,300
Some
a year.
people can afford $200, 220, you know. So
Now, Kyle, how much it costs to open up a shop there? I know, depending on where
I
you're at,
don't
but
know.
Benin
I don't
City
know.
costs
What,
six hundred
what kind of
dollars.
shop?
Nah, $400.
what kind of shop, Jonathan?
Let's just say we'll say in Benin, if you want to buy like a storefront,
Well,
for
that's
example, one that they sell like a boutique or one that they have like hair shop
hold
thing
on.
or some shit like
You
that.
don't buy. Hold on. You got if it's storefront, you don't buy. You lease. Ain't nobody gonna sell you no storefront property.
You don't buy the storefronts. You have to lease them, and usually they're
You can rent
absorbed.
it, right? That's what I said,
Yeah,
rent.
renting is very expensive when you're renting a storefront. Like my auntie, what she does, she has a place in Tinker Village. She has two storefronts that she rent out to her, people that one of her tenants that live on a upstairs apartment. She rent it out to them, and So if you have a house, for example, what most people like to do is to build a storefront right next to their house on that little piece of land, and then they can make a business right from their home, pretty much, right in front of their fence. you know. But renting a storefront is almost an abomination. It's usually very expensive, and it's not worth it. So most people either
How
build
much?
their own little, you know.
And just throw a number out there that you would think is accurate.
Say that again.
Just put a number out there. How much to rent a
Oh,
storefront?
okay. I have a cousin-in-law. She wanted to do it. She asked about pricing. The guy says like she wanted to do some kind of like food business, like a restaurant. He was charging like $4,000 a month for it,
Hmm?
which is ridiculous. But other places could be a lot cheaper. But because it was a big space, it's a restaurant. If you wanted to do something, but on average, depending on the kind of store that you're looking to do, that's what I'm saying. What are you looking to do? Is it like fixing food? Is it just selling clothes? What is it?
No,
Is it
no,
a
just
place people
selling
can
clothes.
walk in and look around?
Just selling clothes.
Maybe in Liberia, if it's a prime real estate spot, especially on the road, what they call front view, probably $500 a month at a minimum for a decent place. That's like concrete built, has a nice roof, maybe electricity, maybe $500 on average for a small space.
American homes are
Okay.
is what you call it is overflow. Look, they had this one. Mark Blanton had this one lady, black lady from Chicago. She had a house in Chicago that was worth 700 something thousand. She sold it for $700,000, right? and she went to South Africa, bought a house from Mark for a house that was 3 times the size, in Sanson, right? Nice, modern, ultra modern, $150,000. She's pocketing $600,000, and she's living a life. She don't do nothing else. She sold a house, got out of rat race in Chicago, and now living transformed to South Africa. You know, Mine's I was like, man. So a lot of black people in America are looking at options outside of America. America is becoming so expensive and whatnot. Like I said, if I was the sole owner of my house right here, I'd do that. But I don't. I own it with my sister. So I would love to cash out, get the fuck
So
out of here.
you want to take our equity? Do you disagree with that, Colin? That
No,
if a
no, no.
Liberian is doing that,
I would sell altogether. I would
okay,
sell
yeah.
altogether and get the hell out. If I got like $150,000 equity in my house right here, if I had it for 8 years,
I think
if it
that
was all
depends on
mine,
your age.
I sell that
My
bad boy.
mom, my mom built 2 homes in Liberia, just working. I mean, she had an above average job at the time,
I would build a
but
house. I would be look. There's these house. Hold up. There's a YouTube channel Jonathan called Liberia to the World. Check that guy out. He builds homes and he has housing and whatnot. They build nice houses in Liberia. He tells you everything you need to know about building a house in
yeah,
Liberia.
I've seen
They
him.
build
But what I'm saying
they
is,
build nice houses, and
she
Like
built
so
to the
that
world.
home with income
That's
tax
on YouTube.
and some money that she put aside every year. She built 2 houses like that. So
Now,
no,
do
what
they
you
got
call it?
like property websites in Liberia, for example, like Nigeria, they got Property NG and a whole bunch of other
Yeah,
ones. So
they
y'all
got
got that
what
too.
do you call it?
yeah,
Liberia's
they got that.
property.
What's the name of
Liberia's
it?
property laws are
I
like
don't know. It was a while ago when
it's
I
not no
looked it up.
lease,
Or
not
usually
no
there's
lease.
Facebook groups where they have, like Facebook Marketplace in Liberia. But I saw a site before. Well, I think just if you go online, there are
All you do in Liberia is you get a hold to a realtor. I
a
know
site.
several of them. You get a hold
Yeah, I
to a
think
realtor.
there was a site that starts with a K, where if you're looking for like rental property, but in that same website they have houses for sale also. But I forgot the name. It was a while ago when I searched it up. I
You
can't
gotta go to
remember.
like I know all the people in real
But
estate
never
there.
buy a house. I mean, I hate to say never buy a house, but build your house. It's a lot
Don't send
cheaper.
nobody
A lot nicer.
don't send nobody no money online that you meet online or nothing like that. Don't
Yeah.
do it.
Because the houses are even me for an African, it was overpriced. The houses, they're like $40,000, and they're charging you 100,000 for it. But I was telling you, Carla, the topic is fine, but
No, no, I'm on this website called Priceless Lib. Is that what you was talking about? And are these
yeah, it
is this
was
Liberian dollars or U.S. dollars? I
usually
can
it's
tell
US dollars. If it's in the
they
hundred
didn't
thousand, it's US
they
dollars
didn't
because a
put the
hundred
dollar
thousand
sign
Liberian
for some
dollars is
reason.
like maybe $5,000 or maybe $1,000 or something.
Oh, they had it. Nah, this gotta be Liberian dollars. And they ain't selling this piece of shit for 175,000. Yeah,
That's what I'm telling you. It's way overpriced. So never buy
Yeah,
houses like
you had one clown up there. He thinks I don't know. This guy's a fucking idiot. He has a raggedy ass looking apartment, and he says this is $1,800 a month. Everybody look at this
that.
fool like,
What?
he's a guy named Trillions. Look on TikTok. The guy's an
That's
absolute
ridiculous. In
fool.
Liberia?
Yeah. He's a friggin' idiot. He has a house that's not complete, no nothing like that. He says he wants $200,000 for his house. This dude's a fucking fool. His name's Trillions.
You're
You
probably
know,
not going to find a house there that's worth the money, Jonathan. The only thing I'll say, when I looked on that website, I saw some houses in Congo Town, which is prime real estate. You can buy for a negotiated price and then do a lot of upgrades, and it's probably worth it. But most of the houses are overpriced.
if you don't mind, Jonathan, if you want to go to Liberia, forget about Monrovia for the most part, unless you want to live in those exclusive neighborhoods in Town
This
with the
is so
Lebanese and all these
disrespectful.
other rich
Let
people.
me post this in the group thing.
Hold up, buy. You look at the airport, smell no taste area, in Marshall. They got brand new subdivisions out there with houses for sale. Brand new whole subdivisions. but that's way outside the city. That's right by the airport. You know, they ever built that area out there up good where you can have your own shopping centers and whatnot. That's what Liberian mind. I don't understand their mind. They got this amusement park out there. It's pretty good. Indoor amusement park. That's pretty cool. But you gotta when you build a community, right? You can't just build houses and everything is in Monrovia, 20, 30 miles away. You gotta build a community out there, you know, with its own shopping district, all stuff like that, and then you got something. But Liberians don't think like that. You know, they all what it is about Monrovia, everybody loves so much. When I instead of they could be building their own towns, own everything like that, but everybody's flooding into Monrovia. That's why you can't get nowhere in that country, in this country.
I mean, I
Everybody,
mean, I mean, Kyle, that's what I was talking about earlier. Africa's really not that expensive. That motherfuckers, they over. How are they selling this piece of shit? Even thinking somebody would buy this
That's
for
what I said. I looked. I
$105.
say it's ridiculous, absolutely
I
ridiculous.
mean, my God, you could buy this in fucking Gary, Indiana for $5,000 right now and just fix it up.
Right.
This is crazy work.
Like I had a guy do a POP ceiling, right? And it's it's one of those things where they do the ceiling and they got the lights fit. I mean, I can see the picture of it, but you know what I'm talking about. I thought that shit was gonna cost me like $2,000. It cost me $400 because he did the he did the entertainment center where you can have a recessed TV in the wall, and you got. And, I mean, you guys know these things, man. Where they put the light on the side area for a sound bar, on top of it for like flowers and other stuff. It cost me $850 just to do this, those two projects together. And I was telling him, I was like, look, I feel bad paying that, because the guy fee was only like 240 for the workmanship, but the rest was for materials. They do the POP, they do the plaster, they plastered. It's really nice, man. Yeah, I just got that done. Got the pictures here in my phone with the chandeliers. Bought it from what do you call that store? That big hardware store, Eagle. She went to Eagle and got the light. You know Eagle in Liberia, Carla. You know that Eagle store that they have, the
possibly
construction
somewhere.
store. Yeah. So the work building the house is really cheap. If you can compartmentalize it, it's really cheap. If you got a good builder, the work they undersell the labor like crazy in Liberia. The workmanship is too cheap.
Oh yeah. All right.
I agree with Kyle about not buying land in Liberia unless he plans on living there or having children.
Or
It really
anywhere in
it don't make
Africa.
sense.
Look, it's to me. It's like to me, it's just a vanity, and that's what I'm seeing a lot with the Pan African movement. It's a lot of
Well, for
vanity,
a foreigner, yeah, that's what you're talking about, right? For people like African Americans, it doesn't make sense. But for a native,
Yeah,
of
some
course.
people like when that whole land thing happened in Ghana. I didn't like that. You know, everybody, I got land. And
I
you're
mean,
risking
my
it.
only thing is I don't have a problem with people buying land. It's a good thing I bought land. The only difference is what you're gonna do with it. Are
That's
you
what I'm
just
talking
doing
about.
it to
That's what I'm
be on
talking about.
YouTube to be like I got land? If that's the case, you dumb bastard.
That's all
Go
they
back
do.
to
That's
a
all it is. That's all it is. And just like what you call OAP with Brandon, that was a joke, man. You know, I don't know what
No,
the hell's
because
going on. I guess he
because
went back.
owning land in America is a big deal, right? But in Africa, it's
What
a
is
big deal to
OAP?
some people.
What is OAP? And Brandon, by the way, fuck that dude.
He said
Colin, did you hear that disrespectful shit that
other,
dude said on Dinah's platform?
what?
Did
Oh,
you
he
hear that?
said some shit about Martin Luther, about the civil rights leader, right? Yeah,
He said, nah, go down line. Martin Luther King was a bitch. Fuck
yeah,
Khalid Muhammad.
yeah.
Malcolm X was a useless bitch. I wanted to put in that digger head so
Mm.
bad.
And Donnie's don't be saying nothing to check him, man. He
Dinah
just come
don't
in
say
and be
nothing. As far
disciplined.
as I'm concerned, fuck both of them niggas. They both out of pocket. You ain't saying that shit on my platform, nigga.
Yeah, man. He'll come
There,
up there and
there's
talk
certain
about.
levels of disrespect you just can't go. And if you can go that far, you deserve to be buried, nigga. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kyle.
But he had this thing called OAP. I don't know if it worked out. People buying land in Kenya, and stuff like that. And he was like, he had a good system. I told him it would be work better in Liberia because I could have got him land and he would have the deeds to it. In Kenya, that's lease land. I get Black Americans. I know what I think it is. I think a lot of these people have never owned property. They never went to a closing. They didn't understand rights of the land, whatnot, what that means, whatnot, all stuff like that. They just have a leased land, right? When you have a leased land, uh, you could build a house on it. The house means nothing. People don't understand that. The house is absolutely nothing. You can put a mansion on a piece of land, right? If you don't own that land that the house sits on, it's worthless. You know, our Africa plan. Yeah, what you go? So I don't know why people in Ghana and all these other people like the Sabo, they got land, and then now you got people trying to get the land back and also like that. You like the same thing happened for Bianca. People fighting over land and whatnot. I'm like, what is it even worth it? And so I don't understand like this our African plan. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell what the point is. People like
Or is
buy
it a
land.
Black American group in Africa, or is it an African group? The
Wait, which
OPA,
one?
the
Well,
OAP.
that's Brandon. That's Brandon.
That's his own group, or is he part of a larger group
No,
of
that was it.
people?
He founded that. He founded that.
Okay.
That
Why is
was
it
like a
going? They
breakaway
working
from the
on it.
BAIO because he had went to holism, right? With this, and holism rejected him, right? I told him you should have came to me. I would, like this.
But
Holism, nah.
Brandon got a bed and breakfast out there. Did he build it or did he buy it already built?
Well, look, you're not talking about a whole lot of money. It probably cost him no more than like $4,000.
Nah, Kenya is more expensive to build.
No, no, you'd be surprised in the outskirts of the city and stuff like
Kenya,
that
not
in the
that.
black
Kenya, not
areas.
Kenya in Nairobi. Depending on what you're talking about, you got real prime real estate. If you talk about there, well, then yeah. But there are parts in Kenya, and you'd be amazed how cheap that shit is, and
Yeah,
also how dangerous it is. I remember I was riding in Nairobi. My cab driver, man, nigga was getting robbed. We were getting robbed. I was scared to death. The hood rats came yanking his rims and shit off the car. I'm like, really? In the middle of traffic. I was amazed. I said, man, y'all worse than Black America. I was so happy to get out of that situation again. God damn.
and so it's I don't know. I'm not gonna knock Brandon. He did made a move, whatever like that. But me personally, like my friend Naya, he's building a house over here, right? He's in Rhode Island. He's here now. He's building a house. He's been working with us for years now. Now I think he's gonna have it completed. He says he's gonna have like 20 rooms. He says the uh, upstairs is gonna be just for him and his family and everything like that. Downstairs, all the rooms downstairs are gonna be Airbnb rented. You're gonna rent Airbnbs because the other Airbnb companies gonna work with. Because like look here, Airbnbs, hotels go for a premium. Sometimes if you're not here, if you don't get a hotel room by a certain time, you can go sleep on the streets because, man, just there'd be so many people coming to this country, and there's simply not enough hotel space. There's simply not enough hotel space and bed and breakfasts and stuff like Airbnbs here. So you definitely make money here in real estate. If you lease property and stuff like that. Overnight stays and stuff like that. You're never gonna go wrong with that here. You know, but so he's doing that and everything like that. But he's been working on that for years. His plan he had. Remember years ago he had built a warehouse on there. I saw him. He built a warehouse. That was like 15 years ago, and I guess that didn't work out. So now he's building a house on the property. But he's from Nimba, but he has land in Marshall. So he has family land in Marshall. He's building up. Well, these people got a leg up. The Liberians that got live in America, like my boy Naya, when he comes over here, he got a leg up in the country. He's connected with the country more than I am. I come here in
And
New York,
the secret here, Colin, like I
do,
was
but
telling you,
I'm
right?
not connected.
The secret with most Liberians, especially those who have families, income tax is a big time. So what they do is they save up during the year if they can afford to save 5,000, and then add an income tax. Some people get like 10,000, 12,000, and they go back home and put that money towards the house.
And which
And
one? And I
it's a
know plenty
very
of people. There's a guy last year I met. The guy comes up to me and Shabazz, he's like, "Hey," he goes, "Aren't you college Genesis?" I said, "Yeah." He starts laughing. I said, "What's so funny?" He said, "Man, I've been watching you for a long time. I knew I was gonna meet you one day. He says, man, I watched you on Dynasty Show, and you were hilarious. And I was like, yeah, yeah. So anyway, we're sitting there talking, and thing is, he was born in Newark, New Jersey, so he had a Jersey accent, everything like that. So yeah, I go, you Liberian? So yeah, I'm Liberian, but I was born in America. He said, I'm back now because he had like 30 acres of land in Baldwin County that he's growing palm oil. I think he's growing pineapples and all shit like that. So he had a leg up. That's a benefit if you're an actual Liberian, no matter what background you are. You go to America, you come back to Liberia, you benefit. So they, like I said, when I formed the Association of African Americans Liberia, I'm going to talk about uh, African Americans being a unique people. For example, the other day I went to the embassy to check in, and they said, we're having a town hall today for American citizens, right? So I go there. Now people get mad at me when I say this, right? And I'm standing in line, right? And I'm saying to myself, shit, I'm the only American here. You have all these people in line with freaking U.S. passports, but they weren't Americans, right? That's all right. That's all fine and dandy and everything like that. But I couldn't get in. They said, "Oh man, you signed up too late." So like this, and I'm like, "All right, now you have a U.S. passport, right? I guess technically you're an American citizen or not, but I don't think that's fair because these people there obviously indigenous to the country. Some of them were from obviously like they're from Sierra Leone, Guinea. So one guy was speaking French, whatever. But they all had U.S. passports, and they were just as American as I was, according to the rules. They had a U.S. passport. And so I'm like, wow, man. So if a Black America is going to go to Liberia, you definitely need your own support system. You know, because these people in Liberia have advantage. They have advantage of home country. They're born there and stuff like that. Much as I've been to Liberia and whatnot, I know I'm still a foreigner. I'm still outsider. That's just the truth.
But the thing is, Kala, it's not that Black Americans really are at a disadvantage. We're actually at an advantage. The issue is that are we going to be united wherever we go? There,
Yeah, but the
it's
thing
a
is,
shame
there's
to
a
say that.
track record of Black Americans going to Africa and not uniting. Like I'm trying to unite the African Americans
But
over
but that's
here.
but that's the thing because a lot of these people that went to Africa, they have the objective to flex on each other. These were YouTube niggas. Let's be real, Kala. YouTube niggas all around, even the females. They were all YouTube people. They weren't regular people. Regular people ain't hopping on and being like, yeah, you know what, this is going this way, this is going that way. It's all the YouTube wannabe stars. That's all that is. But in the real sense, it would make sense that somebody in all of these countries, you in Liberia, should create a welcome center, rent a small office, and say Black American Welcome Center. When you come here, if you want to buy a property or land, we're going to be your guide. If you want to
Support
rent a
system.
place, you want to get
A support
citizenship,
system.
residency, we're going to help you with that.
Yeah,
That should be in the process already. These
yeah.
are
Yeah,
things that
that's what
should
I
have
want to
been done.
establish
They
the
haven't been done.
association. I want to establish it, but I can't get nobody involved
I'm
because
gonna
they
I'm gonna say something. Carla's gonna get mad about it.
Now we have that. We have that in
Get your
Nigeria, by the way.
citizenship, Carla, and a lot of things move quicker and easier for
Oh
you right
no,
there.
no, no, no! I don't want to go down that route right
Our
now.
wife got citizenship, so he can do everything through
He
her.
could do it. He could do it.
Yeah, I don't need citizenship. Really,
It
to
protects
be
you.
honest with
I'm
you.
just telling you that.
Oh,
Believe it
hold
or
on, hold
not.
on. Look, let me say this right. It don't citizenship is not going to protect you because it's if you want to scam you, you're going to scam you.
Okay.
But the problem I have is this: if you're going to be here, if African Americans are going to be here, and they're going to be in groups and everything like that, they need to be united. Because we have certain needs and stuff like that. We're not indigenous to this land, whatever like that. We're visitors. We're trying to assimilate into a society and everything, and we have to take special care. Now, my whole thing is this: um, almost everything we do in Africa, right? I watched Dynas with his project in Bo, Sierra Leone. Everything is us giving to Africans. I mean, the projects we got in Ghana and stuff like that. We're always building schools and so that. Look, and we did the same thing. We did a tour group here. We all took up money and we went to several different schools in Liberia and bought books and tapes. We don't mind doing that stuff like that. But if you're talking about us settling here and building here, that got to change. We can't be just coming here and just giving, giving, giving. That's what the people expect. Give, 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 give. And when they come to
But what do you
expect,
want? That's what I keep saying. You expect them to
no,
do
no,
what you want? Ask
no,
for
hold
it.
on. There's certain
No,
things.
no. I think it depends on the goal, though, Carla. When you say give, 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 I mean like people just asking for shit, like the
No, no,
Nigerian
I think we just
would
do
be
it. We
bringing
just do.
do
Hold on.
something for me shit.
We have this Pan African zeal, right? And I tell black people all the time, where we're like, oh yeah, let's build. And then I'm not gonna say let's fuck the kids or whatever like that, right? But okay, you could come here and do that, right? But after a while, that wears on you, because I know a lot of Liberians
Kylie,
who say,
you gotta rephrase that statement just now. It might be taken out of
what,
context.
what,
You
what
said
phrase?
fuck the kids, and if that's what you
No,
want to
no,
do
I
when you
said,
come
I
to,
said you can't say just fuck the kids. You can't say fuck the kids. Now, my point I'm trying to make was there's one lady, real pretty miracle Liberian lady. She's on YouTube, right? Everybody probably seen her. She always talks about the pitfalls of going Liberian, blah, blah, blah. I forgot her name, right? Anyway, she's real pretty. Anyway, she was like, and I remember I listened to her a couple years ago. I said, you know something, that's how I felt. She goes, basically, she goes, I'm just tired. She goes, you give, you give, you give. People like, oh, well. And then when he said, when you do, and I know this for a fact, you give, give, give. And then as soon as you say no, it's almost like it's like you never did anything in the first place, and people are like, you think people are appreciating and they didn't. And it gets tiring after a while when people are
yeah,
like,
it's like that for most people. It's not unique to Liberia, Kylie.
no, 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 Elvis. Let's be honest with you. It's not like it's different. It's different. In America, I don't have nobody asking me for money every 2 seconds. You know, and it's not like that. And I don't look. I understand it's a hard life here. Blah blah blah. I get that. But after a while, right? I'm like, you feel like, geez, why am I taking on this burden? You know, why I take on this burden like me? I got these obligations. I'm helping everybody here while I'm here. And I'm like, I have to cut my phone off, man. I'm like, look, I'm sick and tired of people calling me. So I know me parting ways with some of my money in my pocket. You know, it just gets annoying after a while. It's like, is that the only purpose you have for me? That's the only place we have me. I can benefit you, or I can take you somewhere, or whatever like that. And so what I'm saying is, a lot of us go to Africa, and that's our reality. Our reality, they figure that we have, and they don't. Unless, what is what it is. A lot of black people in America are looking for belonging, like I first did. I didn't mind doing that, man. It's like, oh man, these people accepted me as one of them. Now I'm like, this is my fifth time here, and I'm not like that anymore. I don't freaking smile. I'm not so weak to be your friend. I'm not trying to be. I'm just like, hello, how you doing? Like that. I'm just a normal person now. I only tell people where I'm from. I don't say I'm an American. I don't say I'm nothing. I just sit back and say nothing. I don't let people hear my accent. You know, that's how I am. Because I don't want none of that nonsense. I'm not trying to be a savior or anything like that no more. I'm not doing it. That's what it is. Now I say if African Americans could enjoy this country and everything like that, we built our own institutions and stuff like that, and our support systems and everything. We could share wealth, share thing, maybe even build our own communities. We have a support system. Our own commissaries. If something like that goes wrong, we get somebody full
Post the link, Kylie. Maybe people want to come up.
I don't think anybody wants to come up. People fall on hard times, whatever like that. We have a support system. That's how you build a community. How you think the Indians, they come over here and they have a community. They come to America, they have a whole community of people, like-minded people. Everybody else is allowed to have a community and don't feel guilty about it, except for Black
Well,
America.
Kylie, here's the question, right? Like you right now, you don't think you can live in Liberia comfortably because you can't work remote. What do you think of stopping if, say, Jonathan and his family or somebody else went to Liberia and they like the country? But what do you think is going to be the hindrance to them moving there permanently and wanting to live in that country?
Well, if Jonathan can make money there, and two things you need, Jonathan, you need money and you definitely need a vehicle, even before you get a place to live. Don't go to Liberia without a vehicle. That's why I made my mistake. You know, next time I come to Liberia, I will have a car already here. You know, and we're looking into it. You know, I will never go through this again. Couldn't get a lot of stuff I get done because it would cost me to pay this driver every day and everything like that. It could be very, very little. I got a ration now. I'm just budgeting my money, and stuff like that. So
I agree.
Mr.
I think the main thing that people should do is that when you look at it over time, the money that you probably gave away, Colin, you could have opened up a store and just
I
put
don't
niggas to
want.
work inside of that.
Jonathan. I do not want to sit in the fucking 100 something degree heat.
No, not
For,
not you, Kyla. Not you. It could have been a relative of your wife or something like that. Now, in the beginning, my wife used to recommend this shit to me, and I used
look.
to shoot it down.
I'm gonna
But
try to
over
set her.
time, I realized there's value in this shit. Why not?
I'm gonna try to set her up with her own little business here. Eventually, by the summer, I'm gonna set up her own business. When I get back to the states, I'm gonna send her money to set up her little business, a little shop she wants to do, whatever like that. She does a lot of stuff. She imports a lot of stuff, and she knows how to sell stuff on TikTok and stuff like that. She's gonna do well. She's really good at this stuff, merchandising and selling shit, jewelry, and everything like that. So I'm gonna set her up with her own business and everything. I do not want to do no business in this country. Yeah, I really don't.
I, I get that point.
I make real money in America. I just can't deal with this nickel and dime
That,
shit.
that was my argument in the beginning, but eventually I ended up switching over. We opened up a retail store. It only cost $2,600 to do it. We had
Yeah,
a
but
2 million naira in
I don't want.
inventory, and then
I
six
want.
hundred thousand naira for
I
the
don't.
storefront for the year.
Look, you come to Liberia and you could open that up. I have no interest in opening no retail, nothing in Africa.
I mean, the idea, Kyle, is that you should
I
be
want.
making money in the country that you're constantly traveling to. That way, you don't have to always spend your money
Until there's
every
real
time you go there.
look. Until there's real opportunity that I'm looking for, like gold, diamonds, shit like that. That I have partners of mine, like Sam. I ain't gonna tell him his business, but that's what he does, and stuff like that. Until I get into an opportunity like that, that's what I'm holding on to. And Sam, I'll see what Sam does, whatever like that. Boom, boom, boom. Because he has the connections and everything
But
like
Kyla,
that.
do you know anything about that kind of industry? I mean,
No,
Nigeria
no,
got
no,
oil.
no.
I
But
don't know a damn thing about oil except vegetable oil,
I don't have to.
so I ain't touching it.
Yeah, I don't have to. I don't have to. I know a little bit about it, but I don't have to. I do know finance and all that stuff like that.
Nah, you should, Colin. If somebody can pull your nose because you trust them and you think that they're expert in their field,
Well,
that's a recipe to
hold on.
get scammed.
Sam and I have been friends for 20 years. You know, Sam's been I've been friends for 20 years. So I know him. He know me. Knows everything about me. Every time he comes to Liberia, I come to Liberia. We hook up, whatever like that. We're him and I are brothers. And so the bottom line is we got many other business ideas here in Liberia, in Africa that's real. I'm not getting into no nickel and dime shit. I'll let
But
them.
Kyla, let me ask you a question. Do you think one of the things that hinder us in terms of investing in Africa is that we always looking for some big shit? We
Look,
want diamonds, gold, cocoa.
Jonathan. If you want to do that, that's fine. I'm not gonna knock anybody's hustle, whatever like that. But I don't want to be involved in this. Look. I'm gonna tell you right now. Look, I do business in America, right? I deal with respectable people, high level people. What I'm doing right here, and I'm doing very well, right?
Yeah.
Hold up. When I love my African brothers and sisters, right? But doing business with them on any sort of level, no, absolutely not. Absolutely, we have a different value system. A different worth ethic. You know, what's up, Musa? What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's going on, Kala? Shout out to the panelists. Yeah, so the title for tonight is the Comfortable Negro.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Comfortable Negro, that
Aren't you a
title,
comfortable Negro? Didn't you say
I
you like a
mean,
white
yes,
man?
yes, 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 yes. I will comfortably say I am a comfortable Negro, loud and proud. But at the same time, Carla, I mean, you are in the same category as me, man. You're a
Yeah,
comfortable
but
Negro too.
hold on. I'm comfortable, but I'm conflicted. That's the
Listen,
difference.
listen, listen, Carla. There is no need for you to be conflicted, Carla.
I am.
Carla, my country is the poorest and the most dangerous country on earth, right? The
Yeah.
Lebanese people, you got Lebanese people in Haiti making millions of dollars in a poor country. You, on the other hand, you in Liberia, you can do the same thing too.
So
See, the
I
thing is,
so
Carla,
I
most
gotta
of us
be
Negroes are
exploiting
not
people like the
builders. We don't know
Lebanese.
how to make money unless we're living in a
Look,
country that is already developed.
look. If I was to turn like the
That's the
Lebanese, if
issue
I
us
look, I
most
had to look.
Negroes,
It'd
Carla.
be look.
You,
It's
you
very
you need to
easy
confront that, Carla.
if I
You
really
need to
want to.
confront that.
I agree with you, Musa.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Well, like I said, I would like to see all you entrepreneur Negroes come to Liberia and show me how it's done. Let me get focused, Dave on. Dave, go ahead, bro.
Yo, good evening, panel. Good evening, panel. How you doing, College Dennis? How
What's
your
going on,
trip,
Dave?
man? You
What up,
enjoying?
Master Dave?
What's good, man? Yeah, the comfortable Negro, man. They always get us in trouble. The
Yeah.
comfortable Negro, man. They always get us in trouble because they sit on their ass and they don't do nothing and let the wicked Negroes take over. That's it.
Yeah,
So,
the problem with the comfortable Negro is not only do they don't want to do nothing, they don't want you and I to do anything. It just bothers them.
yeah, Collar, yeah, that's true. They don't want you to go to Africa. They don't want you to make no
I know
move.
But
You know,
Carla, you're already in Africa, man. So what's the complaint about, man?
no, what I'm
Why
saying
you
is,
complain? You're
Musa,
already in
the point I'm
Africa,
trying to make
bro.
is I'm in Africa right now, right? I'm here right
Yes.
now. So my point I'm trying to make is there's people here that do not like the fact
Mu-
that I'm here.
Musa, it's people that don't want Collar to go to Africa. Just the idea of him going, it disturbs them.
Oh, okay, Dave. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of silly, goofy Haitians that don't want the Lebanese in Haiti, but the
Well,
Lebanese are still in Haiti making their money. So, Carla, you can do the same thing too.
Yeah, but
The
hold on,
same thing that the
Musa.
Lebanese are doing in the Caribbean,
Hold
the
on.
same thing the Lebanese are doing in Africa. You
The
can do that,
Lebanese
Carla.
are a
You can
parasite.
duplicate that.
Lebanese, hold up. Lebanese have a parasitic relationship with these countries. All they do is suck money out and exploit people. They serve
as they
bad
should.
food. Oh yeah, but
As they should.
I don't want to do that.
Why
But
can't you do the same
Carla,
thing too, Carla?
that's what the rest of the world is doing.
Yeah, but I don't mean it's right. I got morals. I ain't gonna do that.
Oh, please, man.
Whoa,
I'm not gonna do that.
Carla, hold on, Moose.
Morality gonna kick you,
Carla,
Carla.
Like I
Carla,
said,
you're telling me in a
You don't have to
world
hold on.
full of
Jonathan, you don't have to
bloodsuckers, you want to be the only person that gets sucked on.
Yo,
You don't have
yo,
to
Jonathan,
convince
you hear
me,
that
man. Just
bullshit,
go ahead and do
Jonathan?
it yourself.
Are you kidding me, man?
Look, I am not gonna do
Well,
none of
wait,
that.
hold on.
Carla, forget
Carla,
your morality, man. Like, you're here
Carla,
to make money.
in the real world, let's just say Afghanistan exists. We're a country now. We are a country that exists to get pillaged? Or do we go and
I'm
pillage other
saying, if you,
countries?
hold on. Look, I'm saying the fact of the matter is, if people want to build retail and stuff like that for the internal market, yeah, it's gonna be controlled and everything like that's fine. That's not what I do. Okay, Mr. USA, you gotta show who you are, show your face. I don't know who you are.
Welcome
You know,
home, brother. I hope that's what's that nigga name? 1776.
he ain't coming up here. He's 777. I'm kicking the fuck out. I don't want to
Really?
see. No, I don't want. Hey, look. Bottom line is, if you're telling me you sleep with white women, and you're certain you can't. I don't
Canola
want.
sleep with a white
I'm
woman.
fucking serious about this shit. That's a deal breaker for me. You're fucking white women and like that. That's an abomination. That's a one. That's a line of sand I draw. Messing with white women or race mixing is that. If you were into black women, I'll listen to what the guys say. White women, no. So, but
Nah,
yeah,
Tyler, you're saying that what's that billionaire that you always talk about? The one that married a non-black woman. You wouldn't listen to
Robert
him?
Smith.
Yeah, you
Robert
wouldn't listen
Smith.
to him?
Well, I mean, I will listen to him, but the bottom
I,
line is,
but he's fucking a non-black woman,
hold
Tyler.
on. He's a billionaire. I'll look. I'll say hello. I'll listen to what he got to say, but I wouldn't have dinner with him or nothing like that. No,
What?
no,
Because of that?
yeah.
Uh,
Because I mean, you got to set a precedence, right? A set of precedence, right? One day it probably won't
Tyler,
matter.
Tyler,
Hold on,
Dr. Umar had
hold
a
on,
huge influence
hold
on
on.
you.
When
Get
you're
rid
in
of
a
it.
nation building, hold on. You're in a nation building part of an organization. It's like I got to be strong. I know some people ain't gonna agree with this, man, but someone has to be strong, right? That right there is a no-no. Black and white. Now it'd be different. Like I would say, if it was outside of America or something outside of America. If I see somebody on the African continent, white, I don't really like that. But Black America, knowing what our ancestors went through, knowing that there were black men who had their nuts cut off for even looking at white women or not, and you're gonna friggin' bring that to the fucking fold? No, I'm sorry. That's unforgivable. That's disrespect to my ancestors. Because I had an uncle that was killed by the Klan because he said hello to a white girl. That was my friggin' my mother was just a little girl when that happened. My
That,
grandmother's
that's very unfortunate, but we also had
yeah,
ancestors that
yeah, but
married
that's
white
what
women.
hold on, but that's
Frederick
what
Douglass
hey,
was one of them.
well, I don't care about Frederick Douglass. I don't give a shit about Frederick
But,
Douglass.
but he's also an ancestor.
I don't care about Frederick Douglass. I don't give a shit about Frederick Douglass. I don't. That's just my opinion. I don't respect Frederick Douglass. I don't. Yeah, he got rid of his black wife, married a white woman. He's done to me.
She
So
got rid of her.
well, whatever. They divorced and he went with his white woman. So I'm like, the fucking. So I'm like this. I just some things that I just like. I don't like. If someone feels differently about that, that's fine with them. I don't condemn nobody for how they feel, or whatever like that. That's just the way I feel. All the shit I've been through my whole life, that's the way I feel about it, right? I feel if you can't be loyal to your own race, man, there's nothing you can talk to me about. That's what I feel. That's my line in the sand right there. That's the first thing I look at. I look at who you lay down with. That's the first thing I look at when I judge a man. Who you laying down with and who you with and whatnot. Who you confide in. You know, if you went to another race, hey, you found love. That's fine. That's beautiful. I wish you all the best of luck or not. I wish your marriage was like that. But this
You know,
thing
Kyle,
here,
I used to have that point of view that if you
no, I
were
mean, this is my
laying
point.
down with a
It's not,
non
it's
with a
not, it's not,
non-black
it's not
person
a point of view.
that
It's
you were
just the way
cooning. But I grew up
hold
out
on.
of that shit.
Look, I'm not going to call him a coon. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to disrespect nobody's marriage. I'm not going to disrespect his marriage. That's his wife. If I saw his wife and him, his wife, I'll say hello, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Simple as that. It's like that. But as far as me saying, College Genesis, what do you think about Robert Smith, whatever like that? I was like, unfortunately, him and Byron Allen, fortunately, they went to the other side. That's the betrayal of our women. You know, they took their money and they gave it to somebody else.
In the very same instance, you could be like Venus and Serena. They went to the other side, and so many followed them.
Yeah, same thing, same thing,
It
same thing.
happens.
The same
Now,
thing.
at the
So
end of the day, I think that you can go to the other side and still be pro-black. Now, it
I
doesn't
don't think so.
sound right.
No,
It doesn't sound
I
like
don't think so.
I
I
think
don't.
so. But Tyler,
I'll
you
get
can
rid of
remain
where
with
you.
your own race and be anti-black. I've seen
Look,
that
look,
also.
I don't give a
There's
damn. I'll
more
take
of
a check.
them within our own race than our people that are
Hold
like
on.
that.
I'll take my. I've never seen that. I'm saying I'll take my chance because
Kyle, the
I'm not.
person that took out Malcolm X was married to
Hold
a
on. Every
black
time,
woman.
hold on. Every time you hear the people, right, and I could tell like this. Every time you hear these people talk or whatnot, they're anti-black. That's all it is. They're anti-black. They secretly let them get them talking. They'll start talking shit about black women. You let the black women talk to the white guys. I like white guys because black men ain't shit. Blah blah blah. Fuck them. So if you're a race trader, and look, we're in a fucking race war. I believe that. I actually believe that shit. I'm not a comfortable Negro. I believe we're in a fucking race war in this country. I believe
I agree with
everything.
that.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is, and we're in a fucking war. This is wartime. What the fuck you doing sleeping with a fucking enemy? You know, keep them on that side. That side. White people need to know that there's
But
consequences to
but
this shit.
color in that very same sentence though, you would acknowledge that the most dominant people that currently that we all consider to be dominant, is the American white male. They sleep with everybody.
Yeah, but the whole
So
thing is, hold on,
why is it a
yo,
weak thing?
hesitate,
Why
yo,
is
but
it a
hesitate,
weak thing if the
yeah, but
black man does it, but an empowerment thing when a white person does it?
here's the freaking thing, because the black man has no agency or power over black women. Only thing we can say is come with us, whatever, like this. The black man has no power. You know, if you don't have any power, then you're not going to get any place with black women. A white man can do whatever he wants
Now,
to.
hold on, Kyle. I'm gonna push back on that part too. Why do you say black people have no power? Black men have no
They
power.
don't. Black men, you don't have the average black woman will tell you, well, a white man, black man don't sign my check. A white man does.
Okay, so can black men build a business and then become the person that employs black
Well,
women?
yeah, hold on. Yo, they say the white man controls society. He's the police. Why do you think you got black women talking about, man? I saw this one
Kyle,
video.
can a black man become a police officer? I know hell
Yeah,
of
you can become a
black.
police officer. It don't mean anything because
You could
why not?
become
The way
police
the black
officer.
women,
You could become district
the way
attorney.
the
You could
black
become
woman looks at
judge.
it, hold on, the way the black women looks at it is that you got to follow the same laws the white man wrote down. That's the way they look at it, you know. So if you do got power and whatnot, and that's why you think black women something like they like thugs, because thugs are the only black men that make their own rules up, and black women are attracted to that. He's his own world, his own world, and whatnot. That's what they're attracted to, you know. Other black people that obey the law and do 9 to 5 and shit like that, you know, they don't respect you, you know. They don't respect your ass, you know. The truth. Here's the truth. Now, that's about 1776, you know. So that's about 1776. I mean, if you saying white women this and I love to sleep white women, nah,
Now,
man.
Kyle, I got a question.
Said that, if you said that,
And I
if
read this in like a
why you
psychology book.
coming on? Why you come on my
What do you
shit?
think the damage is if you constantly keep saying that black men have no power?
Well, I would like to see black men try to get power, real power, you know.
But if you keep saying it over and over again, that's less likely to happen.
No. I'm not saying over and over again. I'm just telling you the reality. The reality is the black race in America, black men in America. We're not the one bombing Iran. You know, when's the last time black men in America struck at his enemy? You know, well, you
I
telling
don't know.
me,
I can name the last time a black mayor bombed the black community. That was in the 19. I think that was the 1980s out there.
what I'm saying, hold on, what I'm saying is this.
He
You
was
know,
cool.
black people have no real. Black people as a as a collective have no power. Now,
But
some black people,
the,
some black
what's
people
the
as
reason
individuals,
behind that? What's the reason
because
behind
we're
that?
not in our own reality, because you didn't want power. You wanted the 14th Amendment. You have power when you have control over the land and the society that you rule. You
Carla,
know,
we
you
didn't
don't.
have power. Carla, that 14, we didn't have power. You
I know.
can't be.
You
You ain't
sacrifice.
gonna be on no. You ain't gonna
Hold
be
on.
no slave
You
slave on the
sacrifice.
plantation and think
You
you got
sacrifice.
power.
You sacrifice power for inclusion to America. You sacrifice power for being comfortable in America.
Our ancestors didn't have that kind of power, Carla.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying is, we decided to stay in America and become part of America. That was the craziest thing in the fucking world. You're gonna be part of the same people that fucking enslaved you, that degraded you, that dehumanized you, and you're
But
gonna wear
Carla, in
their
that very same statement, you could say that what's the empowerment coming from by going back to the people that sold you?
well. I don't know. At the time, there was Liberia was established.
There were people selling people
No, there was no people
America
selling people. That's a bunch of nonsense. Hey, Dave, you hear anything about that?
they wasn't participating in the slave trade when
No,
American
no.
Liberians went there.
Yo, look, if there was there was very little, and they stamped it out on the coast.
Very little.
They stamped it out on the coast, and like less than 6 years, it completely disappeared off that coast with the help of the U.S. Navy and everything like that. So that was free soil. You know, there was no excuse. You could have went to Liberia. You know, but we chose to stay here in America, right? We could have made Liberia a world power, you know. We didn't do that, you know. So we chose to stay in America because America offered us comfort. Simple as that. And bottom line, as long as black men are comfortable,
Carla,
no
do you
one's ever
think
going to
your
figure.
ancestors? I ain't gonna say ancestors no more. Do you think your grandparents made a horrible mistake by not
Well,
going to
I know,
Liberia?
look, I know they did what the hell they had to do, right? Like that, they made the best choice what they had to do, but that doesn't mean I gotta sit back and be like, oh man, my ancestors did it. I don't like give a fuck. My ancestors were stupid,
Not
you know.
not ancestors, grandparents. Your grandparents.
My
You're in
grandparents,
America
look,
because of your
hold
grandparents.
on, hold on. My grandparents did what they had to do. You know, they did
Do
what they
you do
had.
you appreciate what they
Oh,
did? Do you respect
look,
what they
I
did?
appreciate everything that came with it, right? But because the bottom line is this, that was the hand I was dealt, right?
Yes.
When I was hold on. When I was growing up one night and the white kids chased me, called me nigga, beat me, and put dirt in my mouth and whatnot, I just looked up to God and say, what the fuck is like this? And then, you know something? I started hating the church. I started hating white people. I started hating everything that told me this was normal. I really did. I had a real hatred for America and white America when I was a kid, you know, and I began to hate my family, you know. But how the hell did I have to go through this? What the fuck? My youth and innocent got to be like that. Why do the fuck I got to go to school with these fucking people? Who told me that I got to be in the same class, country as the fucking people? So that's what I've learned about slavery. That fucking enslaved my ancestors.
Yes,
You
it's
know?
a very horrible thing. And at the end of
It
the
is.
day, the conflict and
This is
part
why
as a black American that
this
you
is
have
why
to deal with as a
I
reality
am.
is you
This
can
is
hate
why
the
I
white people who enslaved you,
Oh, this is why
and you
I
can
say
also
what
hate the Africans that
Oh,
sold
this is
you.
what I say. What I'm saying.
That's where the contradiction
I
comes
don't want to
from.
hear about the. I don't want to hear no
You don't,
Africans.
colleague, there's no enslavement in America without
I
the
don't want to.
African selling.
That's been the biggest cop out in history. Oh, the Africans sold us. They ain't no fucking Africans sold us. Man. Europeans induced that war. Europeans did that.
There was a slave trade before the Europeans came. You can't make
Oh
that
yeah,
argument.
but look, I don't believe it. I studied it. I don't believe it.
Malik Kala, you read it and you don't believe it.
Hold on. First of all, slavery in America was based on race. Slavery in Africa wasn't based on race. That's
When
the
they were
difference.
selling people to the Arabs, you don't think it was race based.
They were not selling people to Arabs and whatnot. Slavery in Africa was internal to kingdom, whatnot, and people got their freedom eventually. You know, what you call it, this slavery in America where you were chattel, you were branded like a cattle and whatnot, just because you're black,
Yeah.
that's something unique to America,
So, Kala, I got to ask you a question. If I yank your ass out of Liberia and not send you over to China, and the Chinese people do horrible things to you, you wake up and you hate the Chinese. You don't hate me, though, for selling you or kidnapping you and sending you over there.
No, no, no. I'm not gonna hate Africans. I'm not gonna do it. Sorry, sorry.
I'm not saying hate Africans, but also the very
I'm
same,
not gonna look.
but
I'm not
also
gonna. I'm not
Kala
gonna.
in the
Look,
very
I'm not
same
gonna.
statement,
I'm
you
not
can't
gonna.
hate all. You
I'm not
can't
gonna. I'm
necessarily
not
just hate
gonna. Look,
all
I'm
white
not
people
gonna
if you
give.
take that
I'm
mentality.
not gonna give. Look. I'm not gonna get this fucking white devils no fucking. They're already going around trying to erase their hands, wash their hands clean of slavery, all online. We didn't have nothing to do with slavery. Africans just sold themselves and whatnot.
Kala, you were just
Hold
stating
on.
earlier that it was
Hold
a
on.
black woman saying that
Hold on.
Africans didn't
Hold on.
sell people.
Slavery happened during the time of the Age of Reason and Enlightenment and exploration. Those three things. Europeans were exploring. They had the Age of Reason, Enlightenment, Christianity, and humanity, and all like that. They had that, right? Slavery was at its height when Europeans going over the world talking about humanity, enlightenment, Christianity, and values, and all stuff like that. They were putting people on the bottom of slave ships, when not for their own benefit. So please miss me on that fucking Africa shit, blaming Africa shit. Call it the same shit, just complaining about Joy Reid's doing. Look, no, I'm just saying. Look, I'm saying, look,
Carla, at one
Africa.
point on this platform, you would say that the white people couldn't make it to the interior of Africa. Who did they use to get people from the interior?
Well, it's like this. This is what how it happened. Let me give you a synopsis, right? Europeans had these forts on the coast, right? Powerful forts on the coast. They basically were in cahoots with local African chiefs who were coerced into letting them lease those forts, right? Europeans fought for control over those forts, right? The demand for slaves was so great that European ships, when they came there, they were financed, right? You put up a certain amount to finance them, the voyage and everything. And when you got the slaves and there were slaves docked and the shipping bill go like that, you stocks went up, insurance paid out, everything like that paid out. When not, it was a money making grab, Guess what? Every time those ships came to the shores of Africa, they didn't give a damn who was going to be on the slave ships, but at least 500 bodies were going to be on that slave ship come ahead. So even the people that were selling slaves, a lot of times they ended up on the slave ships themselves. So
Carla,
this was
I often hear that statement, and in fact, I even
it
heard
is a
Tariq.
truth. It is a truth. It is
Hold
a
on,
truth.
Carla.
Europeans didn't care.
I often even hear Tariq Nasheed say Africans didn't sell each other. That they were forced by the Europeans. They were raided by the Europeans. However, when you actually study the history, when the oil empire was collapsing, the Europeans turned against each other, started selling each other.
Well, it was like, well, let me tell
In
you
Igbo
something.
land, they were selling each other. The Ibibio
Hold
and
on,
the
hold on, hold
Efik,
on,
they
hold
were
on, hold
selling
on,
each
hold on,
other.
hold
They
on.
wasn't always at war. This
Hold on,
wasn't always a prisoner of war bullshit.
hold on,
That's a cap.
let
It's a
me tell
great
you something.
lie. We shouldn't keep
Let me
saying
tell
it.
you something. Let me tell you something. First of all, if you look at it, and I studied this, right? Most of the slave trading forts and area like that.
And Kyla,
were-
why one thing you just did that's not a good thing though. Is that you tried to make it seem like the Africans were too stupid. They got coerced, they got
No,
manipulated.
no,
You treated them like children. These
let me
people
hold.
were wicked and
Let me
greedy the same way they are today,
let me finish. Let me finish what
and
I'm
they
saying.
sold their people.
Oh, let me finish what I'm saying. Right? That wasn't true. The cultures of Dahomey, Lagos, uh, and Calabar and places like that were not indigenous African cultures. Those are Creole cultures, right? The Fontes, uh, the Shantis, all these kingdoms, the Portuguese, Africa, whatnot. There was a creolization of African culture on the coast, right? Where they were Africans who were more Europeanized. In fact, a lot of those African slave traders, whatnot, the kids went to school in Europe, were Christianized and went to school in Europe. So it wasn't like you were saying, and Africans were selling each other. Those were Negropean Africans selling people into slavery.
So they're not
So
Africans anymore.
no, if you're a Creole, now culturally they were not African. The homie was basically a French Creole culture,
How
They
does
were
it
not
become a French? How does it become a
because
French
people are
Creole?
race mixing, you know.
Okay, but how do they begin the race mixing when the Europeans come?
Because Europeans
Why
came,
didn't the Africans fight them?
hold on. Europeans came on the coast, right? The Dutch, the Dutch married women in Benin. They married. They did in China too. They were married into the society. They'll bring that offspring to Europe, teach them Christianity and the Western ways, bring him back there as a son of a Oba or whatever like that. But he's not going to be in the traditional Africa. He's now a European. That's how the slave trade escalated. People don't know that history. I know it. I've studied it. You know,
So,
every last
Carla,
thing we can
but
say.
based
Look,
on your
hold on,
definition,
hold
if
on.
you're saying that those people,
Luanda, Angola, right? The Portuguese brought a lot of Rwandan people and created a Creole. You can say right now in Angola, you got a mixed race, mixed culture, Creole culture in Luanda, Angola, right? The indigenous people that you see in Angola right now, they're relatively new. They came as a result of Queen Nzinga raiding that place.
mhm.
So the bottom line is this: just because you see people involved in the slave trade, don't mean they're actually Africans. When you say African, you talk about somebody who has an African spirit, an African mind, an African soul. The people who were involved in slave trade were mostly people who were involved with whites or culturally associated with whites and everything like that. That's you remember something. The whites had like 200 years on that coast to develop a sort of relationship to allow the transatlantic slave. They didn't just come to Africa and start buying slaves. That's something that happened over a 200-year period of contact on the coast.
So at the end of the day, Kyla, we have to be real honest here, okay? It don't matter if me and Elvis are doing business for 200 years. My kids and Elvis kids, our families are doing business for 200 years, okay? At the end of the day, if my family is able to convince Elvis people that he should go yank what is it, Gola, is Gola a tribe? I might be saying that wrong. Gola. Give me another Nigerian tribe. God damn it. Bassa. Elvis goes yanking people from Bassa because we're saying, Elvis, we'll pay you if you yank people from Bassa. And then Elvis comes back with a whole bunch of men, women, and
You'd
children
be
from Bassa
surprised. You'd
land.
be surprised. Hold on.
That
You'd be
that's
surprised.
that
You'd be
doesn't stop
surprised.
Elvis from
Hold on, hold
being
on, hold on. You'd be surprised that a lot of the Bossa Kings, whatnot, they had kids that were educated in Europe. Whatnot, there was a relationship between slave traders, European traders, and the Bossa King, the Day King, King Peter. His son was in England being studied. So there was a whole relationship on that coast people don't even know about. They say
no,
like African.
no.
They were more Europeanized than they were Africans.
Okay, but Kyla, based on that very same example, if you're going to hold Africans to a less accountability for the actions that they
Yeah,
have,
and
you
I do.
you have to also give foundational Black Americans, those people that you call a cult, the very same thing because they were educated by white people, raised up in the white. They're more white American than they are African. In that
So hold
very
on, hold
same
on, hold on,
sentence, you got to give these people a break too, and those pretending dumbass people too.
hold on. Look, the bottom line is this: if people want to call themselves, I said this. Many people want to call themselves FBA. I don't give a fuck about that. You can be whatever you want. You believe you're not African, that's fine. If you want to say like that, fine. But I know what I'm doing. I know what I am. When my problem is when the FBA people try to tell me I'm not African, or we should stop. I should stop saying, call myself African American. That's the only problem I have with FBA. They can say whatever they want about themselves, right? But they're not like that. They're like, we should stop calling ourselves African. What the fuck are you tell me we should stop doing something? You know, that's the problem I have with FBA. They can do whatever they want to do. I don't care. But when you start telling me what I got to do, or you start erasing my history, telling me the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen and all kind of stupid shit, then that's what I got a problem.
Well, Kyla, are you like Musa? Do you consider the selling part of Africans to be a part of your history too?
For
Like, there's a
what?
possibility that your ancestors sold your ancestors into slavery.
I don't know. I look. The bottom line is, I'm here. I'm here in the United States. I'm here because what you call it was a Portuguese ship that Dutch ship that brought my ancestors to the New World. Dutch or Portuguese, but that's who helped me, chain me, in the bottom of my ancestors in the bottom of the slave ship. And those are the people who put me my ancestors on the auction block or whatnot. How they did it, how they received it, that's another thing, right? But the bottom line is this: that I was taken captive by white men, you know, and that's who I choose to blame for the shit. As simple as that. Africans, we could settle that by only thing Africans have to do is basically get out of our way when we claim our territory and our land, which we're gonna do. That's the only thing they have to do, and all's forgiven. I'll forgive them. You know. But that's my deal in the sand. That's why I'm gonna make a strong case for this.
Tyler want this Afristan, man. He want this
Yeah, so if Africans do that, man, it's all forgiven.
with
But
that
the thing
land,
is,
man.
hold up, but get this: Europeans, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to negotiate. You know, that's why I don't like white people on the show. There's a guy. This guy inboxed me, Colin, man, I'd like to talk to you. I know you call me a white. Yeah, I do. You know, what I'm saying, we have nothing, and we have absolutely nothing to discuss. You know, so the bottom line, but Africans, I'll talk to Africans. Why? Because we can get our own land talking to Africans. I get nothing out of talking to white people, Europeans. And the father still directors that he nor Pan ever dream would be setting himself up to go through that again. Ain't nobody gonna go through that shit again, man. There's no demand for slavery, bro. You gotta stop with that shit with Cap. There ain't no damn demand for slavery no more. It's over with, you know? The only slavery is not having a fucking land of your own. You got fucking people not making moves. Everybody in the world's making moves. You got a poor ass country like Burundi and Lesotho, little tiny ass country. Got an embassy, U.S. embassy there. They're like, I like how the fact that other people could deal with other countries. I would like to talk to China. I would like to talk to Iran, but I got no embassy of my own. I got like it's time for us to have a fucking nation. We ain't talking about that. We ain't talking about nothing. It's time for us to have our own diplomacy. You know, that's how we're gonna get out of this situation. You know, also the nonsense about sitting around talking about what we could do in America. No, it's time for us to sever ties with white America forever. We can do it. I believe we're strong enough. We can do it. We can make this happen. And we have millions of black men, young black men. I like that dude, Zamet. You know, a young brother, man. He's on fire. Hey, Dave, have you seen him yet?
Hold on, who's that? What are you talking
His
about?
name is Zamet. Zamet. You look him up on YouTube and TikTok. This young brother is, this guy's no more than like 22, 23. This brother, I know he listens to Kala. This brother is on fire. He's about, we need a nation. We're sick of he's a black nationalist. You know, we need a nation.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm so proud. He got a whole following of Zamet. Like, he got young Gen Zs and Gen Alphas who want a nation. And that's what I'm looking forward to leading, you know? You know? So that's what I'm talking about. You know, it's not a, no, ain't gonna be no least African land. You know, we get land, we're gonna pour blood on the soil. Blood's gonna be on the soil. We pay for in blood. You know. Hey Dave, what do you think about Guinea going into Liberia?
I mean that's it's Kyle, I kind of blame Liberia, man. We've been too nice.
Yeah, but hold on,
Me,
but get this. Like
if
you saw Liberians. Oh, you saw
me,
Liberians
I like
rebelling.
I like the resilience from the local people and
The
local.
local people raised the Liberian flag. Don't they make you proud, man? They raised the
Yeah,
Liberian flag.
man. Yeah. That I like what they did, man. They really came through, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kyler,
So
you heard about your friend Sam Jackson allegedly killing his wife?
Oh,
yeah.
what you, yeah,
I don't know.
Sam,
I don't like spreading rumors, but yeah, that's what it
I
seems.
don't like Sam Jackson. I don't like that guy.
I don't like him at all, but I don't know. We gotta wait till the facts come out. You know,
I got the autopsy pictures. Her body was bruised, her neck. There's a lot of bruise. There was a
bad situation.
incident of a domestic violence going on against her.
Kyler, what do you expect from an old rebel? What do you
He's an
expect?
old dude, 70-something years old, with a young 20-something-year-old woman.
He's an old rebel.
He's not a rebel, Dave. The guy is a London. He went to the London School of Economics. He's a trained economist.
Yo,
Old
the
rebel.
bottom line is
He
this.
did serve in the Salvador government, but he wasn't a rebel.
Yeah, he's
I'll
a
tell
rebel.
you,
Old
Sam
rebel.
Cooper will tell you
Old rebel.
that
Sam,
dude was behind the coup.
okay,
In
he's a
19
rebel. He's a rebel with a pen. Okay, he's a
Yeah,
rebel
he
with a
instigated a
pen.
lot of that shit with the coup.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
Elvis. He's a rebel with a pen who could destroy the
And the bottom
economy.
line, they sent him to
the
school.
lady,
The government sent them to school to get an education, and these people
Rebel.
took that money and took their education and they supplied it. Like, there's a problem what you have right now. What do you think about this, Elvis? Right now, there's a war going on of words between Ghana and Liberia.
Yeah, right now, yeah, it's getting heated. I'm seeing
It's
it
getting
online.
heated.
It's
But the thing
growing.
is, though,
It's growing, brother.
hold on. This is the thing I'm checking. Ghana is like, y'all babies, we took y'all in, y'all will be done with us. And Liberians are pulling out receipts. They're like, wait the fuck a minute. We guided y'all through independence. That's what Liberians are saying. They're like, we guided y'all. He said, we got it since 1847, 110 years before you. And they were showing things where we hosted Kwame Nkrumah. We gave him a passport. Like Kwame Nkrumah went on that's why you think some Liberians say Kwame Nkrumah is Liberian. No, he only had a Liberian passport. Liberia was giving passports out to all the revolutionaries in Africa. You know, Liberia was a place where revolutionaries plotted their revolutions. You know, they got assistance from Liberia about diplomacy, state, and all the stuff like that. Liberians are pulling out receipts. They say, man, we were way ahead of you, Ghana. Now I'm saying to myself, they're going back to the golden age. I did a blog that International Focus magazine likes called Dave. I didn't send you that blog. I gotta send you that, right? Hey Dave, are you on WhatsApp?
Yeah, I'm on WhatsApp. I'm on WhatsApp.
Yo, send me a
I'm
request.
gonna email you my number. I'm gonna email you
All
my
right,
number.
do that on WhatsApp because I'm gonna send you some
Yeah.
stuff. Check this out. The Golden Age. I wrote a blog called "The Liberia's Golden Age," 1945 to 1980. That's 35 years. 35 years. That was Liberia's Golden Age. And that's when Liberia would achieve all this both the recognition through that time period. 1945 to 1980. That's 35 years. 35 years a nation was born, and they made it happen. So these Liberians, man, a lot of them come from native background, whatever like that. They are really bigging up their country. And I'm like, the first time I ever seen all these years, I've seen Liberians be proud of their history. That's a good sign. You know, and Liberians say, yeah, man, our flag is older.
Colin,
I don't,
I kind of like the conflict a little bit between Liberians and Ghanaians and
yeah, but the
Liberians.
Ghanaians were being mad disrespectful. They were
And I
being
like
mad.
the conflict a little bit because I feel like it brings Liberian people together. So
Yeah,
hey, if
the
it gotta
Liberians.
happen, let it happen.
Check
Bring the
this out. You
people
know what it
together.
was? A lot of Ghanaians thought Liberians were going to back down. Now they're like, wow, the fire Liberians are coming at with. It's like Ghanaians were not expecting that. They were like, oh shit, maybe we ain't all the shit we say we are. The Ghanaians like, well, we got look at our GDP, look at all stuff like that.
And
And,
Africa, and I want to say something to Black America. Y'all stop this going to Ghana. Go to Liberia.
because that's mostly black women. Go to Ghana, or go to Ghana because that's all they know is
Go to
Ghana,
Ghana.
right?
I don't
Yeah.
understand this stuff, man. Akala. I don't
Well,
understand.
Jay, I'm gonna send you the link to International Focus magazine, the latest
I don't
magazine.
understand these guys.
Holy shit, yo! The portfolio they have Liberian tourism is incredible, bro. You guys see the layout they did with all the nice resorts, Waka Lodge, Libasa, and you guys see it, man. Because like when the edition's out right now, right? When that circulation gets to Atlanta and New York, whatnot, Liberia's tourism is gonna boom because it's like, damn, way to show the hotels and the beachfront resorts, whatnot. They're like, shit. It's really nice, real nice situation. So yeah, they're doing a lot. The International Focus magazine with Cynthia Blanford. She's the one who got Delta and Bob Johnson's hotel there. You know, now she's back in like I got. I'm gonna interview them. Yeah, I'm gonna swear I'm gonna interview them before I leave. I'm gonna do an interview with them before I leave. And put it on my YouTube page. Look at Knack Music. You will never leave the comfortable life in America. Like Knack, I'm in Africa right now, bro. Don't tempt me. I'll stay here. You would never leave. Now, Knack Music is a comfortable Negro in the Netherlands, man. I mean, I don't get that, man. Trade the American white man for the Netherlands, the Dutch white man. I don't know, man. I don't know these days, man. I don't know a whole lot anymore. The comfortable Negro.
Yeah, they're a big problem, Kala. The comfortable Negro allows the silly Negroes to take over.
Yeah,
You
there's
know?
nothing to see here, whatnot. All hell's breaking loose in Black America. Ooh, Rico, that's wrong. He said most black women move to Ghana like Whoopi go. Now, Rico, why'd you have to go there, man? That's not nice, man. You
Like
know,
Whoopi Goldberg.
yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why black people go to you go to Ghana, go visit. You don't
Well,
go
I
there.
don't know. What I don't understand is why black men go there. I'm gonna tell you right now in Liberia, man, this is like a real patriarchy here.
Maybe they
You
like
can
the
go,
women, man. Maybe the women. I don't know, man. Maybe the women, man.
I
No.
think a lot of black men who go to Ghana are feminine. I think so. A lot of
Ghanaian woman got nice bodies and ugly faces.
Yeah, yeah. Liberian girls got pretty faces, man. They're pretty.
I don't know, Kyle.
No, I'm
I
thinking
show
all
speed didn't
friggin'
do a good
day,
job at showing that
all
at
day,
all.
all day. I ain't talking about the actress. I'm looking at these women
You
all
can't
day.
go. You can't go by that, Jonathan.
Yeah, yeah,
Hey,
Jonathan,
yeah,
you gotta say he was
yeah,
promoting Africa,
yeah.
man. Liberia looking
Hey
down
Dave, hey
bad.
Dave, you ever notice how Liberian
can't
women got
go
such
by
nice?
I show speed,
You
Jonathan.
ever
I'm
hold
not.
on? You ever wonder why
Don't go by
Liberian
that.
women got such long hair? They always got nice hair. Whatnot? They always doing their hair.
Yeah.
Whatnot? They always so thin. Not. Oh my God,
Mhm.
they're sexy as hell.
It's a lot of
You know,
beautiful Liberian women, bro. You gotta
women are
come
beautiful
out.
here. Women are beautiful here. It's like heaven. I'm like, oh, geez,
Elvis,
wow.
you there?
Pardon me.
I was wondering if Elvis there. I want to know the history between you and Elvis tribe.
I don't. I
Y'all,
don't. Yo,
are
bro.
y'all not? Are y'all not the same ethnic group
You
technically?
have to ask Elvis more about that shit, bro.
Oh,
My,
okay.
my mother, even though my mother's in the truck, they never, my mother, my grand, they never taught me none of that shit, bro. I don't, I just used to go, yo, during the war, I lie to you not, bro. My grandmother used to go out there during the war to go buy land and shit and build stuff out there because the war was going to end one day. So that's when I used to go out to Liberia. Like,
She was smart.
Liberians, they scared of the rain. So we used to go during the raining season. That's summertime. She used to just buy land and just
Carla, they're hot as hell
Well,
in Liberia right now. It's hot as
if
fuck
people
in
tell
Nigeria.
you, if people
What?
tell you that though they're not the same people, Jonathan.
I mean, I thought y'all was like little subgroups or some shit like that, but
yeah,
potentially part of the big tribe, like the Khan and what they call Fonte, whatever the fuck they call. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't care about nothing.
I might have said that wrong, but yeah.
If Jonathan, if that shit was really important, bro, they want to taught me. They want to taught me that shit from a kid, bro. But
I mean, I hate to say, I hate
I'm
to
not.
say it. It sound mean when I say it, but some people just aren't proud of their background, so they don't really like to talk
You
about it.
know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Now,
You know what I mean? Mom
can
Dukes,
y'all can y'all two can y'all distinguish each other if y'all was walking like down the street? Like Elvis is dressing his traditional garment, you're dressing your bassa, right?
Ain't nobody dressing no traditional garment
Now,
now.
if my mom, for example, right? My mom used to live. She grew up in Nimba County, in Yikipa, and at the time there was a crime man that lived next to them. His name was Sudu, you know. And they were speaking crime. My mom said she could understand everything because the dialects or the languages are so similar. She can understand everything. So if a Bassa man is speaking Bassa, my father who is Kron can understand everything that Bassa man is speaking, and almost vice versa. The two languages that's so similar is Bassa and Kron. They're very similar, and then Gribble and Crew are very similar. So really, they're the same people. They're just in different geographical location. But of course, during the war, certain propaganda was spread, and certain people disliked certain people for certain reasons. Like I told you, the Bassa people were close to the Congo people. A lot of them helped raise them, send them to school. So during the war, they tended to be sympathetic to the Congo people and saw the crimes of being, the aggressor or
Thank you,
whatever,
Dave.
you know.
Yeah, like you gotta talk to this guy about it, bro.
But
Like
but
they never, yo, my mom's don't even, you know what I mean? She never even talked about nothing. My mom could speak Bassa and understand it, and my grandmother she could speak Bassa and Crew. She could speak Bassa and Crew and understand, but they ain't never that man, nigga. I'm just like you, Jonathan. We from the hood. I'm just like you, bro. I see
okay.
everything the way you see.
No, I got another question. Why
So,
do Liberians and Sierra Leoneans, it seems like it's just y'all two, why y'all got that weird ass way of talking? Like, I be listening to Bang, you know who that is, that weird ass dude that be on Dinah's platform and sometimes comes on here. That
America.
bro, that man got a incredibly irritating accent. It seems like a common thing now.
No,
Why is that?
I think he probably just has a speech impediment. I think he stutters a lot, so he try to talk fast and cover the stuttering.
But you know what I'm talking about, like the Liberian way of talking. It's different from like the rest of West Africa to a degree.
Yeah, we have a
What caused
different.
that?
I
I
don't
guess
know.
the American influence.
Yeah, because we didn't learn our accent from white people, right? We learned it from other black people who themselves had an accent. So it's
Okay.
not, because the American Liberians are the settlers. Some of them have Jamaican, Caribbean kind of accent, and they're
Okay.
speaking English, and you know,
That's what y'all got it from, man. So
Yeah.
Jamaicans sound like retards. But okay.
So some of them
oh,
sound, some of them you're gonna hear that Barbados accent, the Jamaican, the Black American,
So
all.
does it change based on the county that you're in?
I mean, the county. A lot of people learn English, when it comes to Monrovia proper, but there's some people who talk what we call upcountry. The upcountry people. Now you go down now, yeah, now they talk like they're from the south, right? The upcountry people, like you say, from the southern United States. Black people that came from there, and
Yeah.
then you have the Marylanders. They might have a different accent. The people from Sinai, the people from Mississippi, they might have a different accent. But now we speak in a particular colloquial, or what we call colloquia. But it's a colloquial way of speaking English, where there's a lot of slang and there's a lot of mispronunciation of words, and enunciation is lacking. Like if somebody wants to say the color red, they say red. Yeah, give me that red bucket over there, instead of saying red, you know.
Hey,
Okay.
Jonathan, did you see what you call IC3? He has a new portal where you can file a claim for get your reparations. Now, when you
And that stuff was brilliant, but Carter didn't want to learn more about it.
no, I'm saying,
I
look, I'm
see three.
just
That's that. Is that that weird European dude or
yeah,
British dude?
yeah, you know. Now he says that you can file a claim, whatever. Now, what kind of grievance do you got, Jonathan? They locked you up for years, right? You can file as a grievance, to get
Nah, he was
reparations.
just telling you this is a database where you can deposit evidence of slave, your ancestors who were enslaved, where they work, how many years they spent there.
And how
Those
much
kinds of things to be
compensation?
used
How
as
much? And
as
how much
evidence.
compensation? How much compensation you deserve?
I mean, it's a smart idea.
It's a
Jonathan,
bad
man.
idea. The government know exactly who the hell are the descendants of those people that were enslaved.
That's what you're saying, right? But that's the burden is not on the accused. The burden is on the person who is accusing, right? So the government is not going to bring evidence to help you make your case. You have to, gather your evidence and present it in court.
The birth certificates are the evidence.
All right.
You get your birth certificate that says your parents. You get their birth certificate that says their parents. And at that point, there are no African immigrants to go ahead and be on any of these things because they didn't come at that time period. You could probably find some Caribbeans, but once you start saying that you're from the South,
Yeah,
wasn't
but
no
the point is,
Caribbeans wasn't
Jonathan,
the Caribbeans wasn't dumb enough to move to a slave state.
you have to prove damages, right? So if you go to a court of law, they're going to ask you, what's your damage? So then you have to prove that here's my ancestor. Her name was Nellie. She was born in Mississippi in
And what
1827.
about somebody say, yeah, your slave ancestors caused a major farm, and it was a major loss. They actually costed the slave plantation money. Your Honor, we move to dismiss.
Nah,
That's not a good argument because at the end of the day, you can go
No,
ahead
I
and
was
wait, Kyla. I want you to point something
I
out.
had
I
grand
want you
visions
to
of
point something out, Kyla.
hold on,
If
Jonathan,
if
you,
you go and if you go,
Benjika,
hold on,
and Ben
Kyla.
Yusuf
If
go
you
to
go
take it.
and kidnap some girl or you pimp some girl, and she decides that she doesn't want to be your hoe anymore, You can't then sue her for damages because hey, you're not being my hoe anymore.
Yeah, but I'm saying my point I'm trying to
That's not a real
But Kyler,
argument, by the way.
the counter to that is to show that that person was enslaved for 30 or 40 years. They worked so many days, or they worked, so many years in the field, and by your approximation, their labor was worth $700,000 in today's money. So if that person can prove that that person caused a fire, you just subtract the cause of the fire
No,
from
no.
what they were
The
owed.
problem is with that, Elvis, at the end of the day, when they have a class action lawsuit and they say, hey, you know what? Let's say, for example, this particular car was created with a fault, some kind of fault. You don't have to go and prove to them, hey, this car was created with some kind of fault. They know that the car was created with some kind of fault. All you have to do is just say, hey, yeah, I own
No,
this car. Now, in that very same instance, they
no,
already
in
know
the
that
class
you.
action, Jonathan, you have to prove the fault.
No,
So
Elvis. When they tell you that you're a part of the class action lawsuit. Now you have an option. You can
no,
opt
but
into
there's
that
a
class
lawyer.
action.
There's a lawyer that's doing that claim that's including you because you bought the car,
Yeah, but
from a
Elvis,
certain year.
in the very
But that
same
lawyer
way.
still have to to show that the car had a fault. He has to demonstrate. He has to bring
No,
witnesses. He has to bring
that's the
evidence.
point. The basis is that we created this car. It had a fault. And we know that you own the car based on government record. So we're sending you this document saying we have a class action lawsuit. You can opt into it, you can opt out of it. But the basis is we're sending this documentation to you because we know that you qualify. That's how a class action lawsuit works. So
Yeah,
in
but
this
I'm
very
saying the that's not the government doing it. That's the lawyer that's representing the class on your behalf is sending that to you. So who's going to send it? Who's going to send it to African Americans? The
Elvis,
government or the
Elvis,
lawyer that represents the
hold
people
Elvis.
on.
for
Actually,
reparation?
Let
reset.
me say something. If I was to look up how many black immigrants and their descendants are in America, they give a specific number. That means we know who is and who's not. Now, if you want to say you have to prove that you're not an African immigrant, okay, but that'd be
No, that's
pretty
not what I'm
damn
talking
easily to
about,
prove.
Jonathan. I'm saying, for example, right? If you go to discovery against the United States government, you have a well-seasoned lawyer. They can ask for certain records, right? And again, the United States government at the time will be forced to give you those records in terms of slavery and so on and so forth. And then some people can come with their own personal records of their ancestors who were enslaved and worked so many years on a plantation. But you have to compile all of those things and bring it together and have a lawyer that can present it and show actual damages. That's the hardest part. What was the damages that was caused to them by using their labor for so many, years and not being paid? And what's the quantifiable, rate for the labor that they work for? And you have to bring that number together. So that's the hard part. But